everyone. Welcome. I don't have the game. Well, I have the game on. I just don't have the game set yet because I was doing a lot of calculations right before stream, of course. So I kinda lost track of time. But there we go. There's the game. And there's the sound. I don't hear sound. Because I'm tapped out. I don't have game sound. What calculations? Lots of calculations. Did I break it? None of my sound meters go off except my mic. So that means there is sound, but no game sound. What did I break this time? Is it in here that I broke it? Hold on. No, game sound is on. That is all working. I broke something. Wait, let me pull up the YouTube video just to see if I have sound at least. Okay, I do have sound at least. It's just the game that doesn't have sound. Oh, time to restart the game. Maybe I just did something wrong. But yeah, I made calculations in the estimation of if I would reach the 3,000 public watch hours before December, which would mean that I need to make a plus 10 hours every time I stream, because I'm streaming for about 90 days of 90 more streams. And for every of those streams, I need to make plus 10 hours compared to last year's stream, because I need 900 hours more to reach the 3,000. I still don't have game sound. Normally there's sound here. Wait, I unmuted. What? Huh? Okay, fixed it. Magic. But you have around 3, right? Wait, what? Well, I stream 5 times a week, basically. So I just counted up the weeks. That's how I got the number 90. I need 900 hours to reach the 3,000 from the point that I am at now, because I'm about at 2,100 right now. So that's how I got to 900. So you would say, okay, I only have to make 10 hours, but I also have to calculate in last year. Which, if I grab last year's statistics, is in this month. I didn't get a lot of, like last year, I didn't get a lot of hours in general. Like I got, my highest hours was 15, so that day I need to make 25 hours. But for example, The Last of Us still didn't calculate in, but that was 37 hours this week. So if I go to the statistics, 30 hours? No. 10. I need about 10 hours each stream above what I normally have in my analytics. I'm too tired to think. Fair enough. Here, a visualization helps. I updated the waffle figure. Ooh, some pics. Here. Visualizations help always. So, over here we have last year. So, if I go to the watch hours, as we can see last year, these are the hours I made. Like, let's say we pick tomorrow. Just as an easy example. Well, let's do... No, wait, this is today. Tomorrow, I don't know. We'll pick, here, Tuesday. So this coming Tuesday, I need to make 0.6 hours plus 10 hours above that to gain hours. To gain the 10 hours that I need. Yes, boss, sounds good. And also, hi, Steven, how are you doing? Welcome. And I need to do that all the way up until here-ish. Oh, I calculate for the 11th. This one is going to be hard, and I need 60 hours. This was the 24-hour, I think. Samples, thank you, Steven. I'll check it out. But, yeah, I need about The calculations, I could make it over here if I just keep on streaming like I do, like about 4 or 5 hours a day. That will have the most positive effects. And will give me the hours that I most likely need. So yeah, make sure to watch my videos. I'm watching with this account in the background. Oh, sounds good. That's always good. But yeah, that always gives more hours. But yeah. So that's the idea behind it. And the more hours I rack up now, the earlier I reach at 3,000, the earlier I get, super chat, things like that. I don't get ads yet. Ads I get at 4,000, which I'll be aiming for after December. But yeah, all that is slowly but surely happening. Boop. Okay, last time where we left off is a good question. Well, first we're gonna kill these guys, if we can. And hop. That way I can also adjust the sound a little bit for battle stuff. Because I can see it's a little bit on the loud side. Also the sun on my side. There we go. That should be about good. And we need these things anyways. Boop, 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 boop. Ultimate. Easy peasy.
What greater pleasure is there than the unexpected?
But yeah. So this, yeah, mostly I just did a bunch of calculations, making sure that all my math is mathing. And why do I want to reach 3,000? Like, it's good to have a goal. That's why I'm having that goal for the 3,000. Because it helps if you have something to aim for. That always gives it a little bit of a more motivation. So that's why I have a goal. It's the same with the drawing that I'm doing right now. Like, I've set a goal for myself. And that is at least trying to finish an art piece that I'm working on right now. Well, an art piece, I wouldn't call it an art piece. It's just something I want to be able to do so that I can say, okay, I've done that. And I learn a lot from it. It's gonna look awful, but I learn a lot from it. And right now, it doesn't look great. I just need to figure out how to make a hat. After I found the perfect orc color, I got the idea. Ooh. It does look good. I don't know if you knew Sarah won. Good question. I know I do. But I'm not telling. Oh yeah, okay, so last time where we left off is sadly the waters rose. Do you perfect? I saw the figure. But yeah, last time
Are these the ruins the knave was talking about?
the water rose and a lot of people died.
Talk about old.
Well, died, they turned into water and became one with the primordial sea. So technically not dying, but kind of dying. Yeah. Oh, also I have a fun story. Well, fun, expensive story. But, so today I was with Mimi and Ravelte. And Mimi never flew a drone. So I brought my drone with me and, we decided to fly a little bit as well when walking the doggos. And I was trying some stuff out myself as well because I like flying the drone. It's been a little bit since I've flown it. But yeah. So I was trying some stuff out and I forgot to change because I was getting near trees and I like to change it then to normal/cinematic. So basically the drone flies a lot slower, but I have more control. I forgot to do that. I still had it on speed mode. And out of nowhere, I make a short turn left. There was a tree there. But it went way faster than I expected. So I flew fully in that tree. The drone was stuck in the tree. And after a half hours of work, we finally got it out. But one of the propeller broke, which really easy to repair. Like I have reserve propellers, and but sadly one of the I can actually grab the drone, an image of it. Something else broke on it as well. What is it again? DJI Mini SE. It's not the worst because I can fix it with a little bit of with a little bit of either hot glue or 1 second glue. I am thinking actually about hot glue. Well, it is plastic, so hot glue might not be the best. I probably would do 1 second glue. That would be safer. I need a little bit of a bigger picture. There. Wrong button. Open link in new window. Sure. No, not link. Not link. Open the image in a new window. Open image in a new tab. There. Perfect. So the part that broke was okay. We can see the mouse. This part right over here. Over here, there's now a tear. Does it take 1 second for it to dry? Weirdly enough, not. But it is strong enough. So basically what I need to do is I just need to hold this. With a little bit of force. This is a mini 2, but I have a mini 1. I just have to hold it, glue it a little bit. Maybe put something on top of there so it has a little bit of a protective layer. Because there's a little bit of a piece gone here. Which is not that hard. Like at my work we have a lot of plastic stuff. So I can just cut something out. To peep you out? Yeah, what do you think the sound is at night at your window? But yeah, I'll just fix the drone. And one of these propellers was broken and I had some spares. So I just, they're really easy fixable. Boop. So yeah. That was one of the stories for today. That's what happened. I crashed the drone and I broke it. But I can fix it. So then it's okay. Furthermore, do I have fun stories of today? We did do a lot of stuff, but I'm keeping some stories for a little bit later on.
To be pretty ancient, all
Lovely
right.
YouTube tabs. Oh yeah, I have a lot of YouTube tabs. Wait, there. Let's go back. Now I'm gonna show you all my YouTube tabs, because why not? How to draw furries, because I'm learning how to draw, and I kind of like her style. She explains really well on how she draws and how what good fundamentals are. So yeah, I like it. Ranking best to worst art advice. It's almost like I'm trying to learn how to draw. Art lesson 1. This guy is hilarious, by the way. I like him. Another video of him. No, this is his page, actually. As you can see, I'm also subscribed to him. This is just something I listened to. This is art advice on how to draw faces within boxes and how you can learn how to see perspective that way. A little bit easier. This is the second version of the art. This is basically number 2. Wait, no, this is number 1. The other one is number 2. Then we have, of course, my live stream, which is always important to have open. Because that way I can see, well, it's a little bit zoomed in now because I pressed the wrong buttons, but there. That way I can, keep in mind the schematic stuff. Like I can see, okay, we right now have 5 viewers. I can go to the stream health, things like that. I can see we have 3 likes. Then, just in case, I also have the stream in the background on. So yeah. Then, well, because we just did the channel analytics stuff. Channel analytics. That we can close. And then I search for the DJI Mini. So yeah. All that type of stuff. So most of the time my tabs look like that. And Sarah looks fine? Yes, she does. It could be worse. Like, sometimes I have more tabs open. Like, I have up to 30 tabs open. Thank you for the pet, Stephen. Thank you. Okay, Waffle should be on.
Waffle wags tail happily.
There we go.
Hello, Stephen. Waffle loves being sweet. Treats, please.
I feel like I might be forgetting something.
Just be careful.
Okay, I'm gonna have to read just some volume stuff in Genshin. I want the fighting noises a little bit softer from what I noticed. And the voices a little bit louder. Oh, there, SFX. Let's put that to 6 as well. Same as the music. Well, music 4 then. Maybe I should be gay. Waffle is so passive. I mean... Oh, I had some funny conversation about that with as well. Because Mimi, she's bi. So she likes boys and girls. But I always have lovely talks with her about things like that. And she asked me, what is the appeal of getting a guy nude picture?
Something you
And
wish to report?
that made me
No.
think, what
You
is
have
the
my
appeal of that?
undivided attention.
Because don't get me wrong, I like, receiving them from Dashi, and sometimes I send them to Dashi. That's why my Discord is really well, yeah, it's not easy to hack my Discord, let me say it like that. But, back to the story. Oh, I just dropped my bottle of water all over my mouse and keyboard. Well, that happened. And now it's starting to press random buttons. That's not good. Okay, hold on. I need to grab a towel. This is why I need to close that stuff. I had it open for some reason. Okay, there we go. Just tap that dry. Well, I want to buy a whole new computer setup anyways, right? Well, preferably if I'm in Canada. I don't want to buy that all new here. That's why I shouldn't leave my bottles open. I left it open because I was thinking, okay, I should add some, powder. I powdered energy drinks. And I probably could use an energy drink. But then I forgot about it, and I was like, oh, okay, I want to take a sip. But I forgot to, close it. Up. Well, that happens. At least I have a mouse pad. The mouse pad, both for the mouse and for the keyboard, so I can just, remove those, keep them to dry. That way the desk stays also dry. Move you. And this is also why I specifically get a mouse and keyboard that are waterproof. Or at least they say they're waterproof. They are. You'll find out in the end. But at least a little bit water resistance is important. Because this is not the first time that it happened. And I know myself, stuff like this will happen. But yeah. There we go. Clean the mouse a little bit. You have to buy super glue? Same. I also have to buy super glue now. Well, not now, but soon. Okay. Good. I also had a big problem. Well, I have a spare somewhere, but I don't like that keyboard anymore. That's a Logitech. Yeah, the movie story. So, let me see. Close my door again. Okay, I'm ready. I think it's clean enough. Just cleaning a little bit more meanwhile. But yeah. But that actually made me think, like, what is the appeal of it? And then I started to think, what is the appeal of fun time? Adult fun time. Because for me, it's, it's fun, but how do I say this? I don't have to finish the race to enjoy it. And then I realized, oh wait, for me it's not really about the act itself, it's about the intimacy. You know, being with each other, doing something like that, and just being fully focused on each other, being in tune with each other's body, things like that. It's more about that for me than... Yeah. So we talked about stuff like that. And it's the same with sending those pictures. It's not because, you know... Yeah, I want to do something with them. It's just the intimacy, that feeling that it gives. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Mouse isn't working. Hold on. This isn't good. I might have a problem. This stream might be really short today. The worst part is the mouse did get the most water in it. Okay, let me see if I have a spare mouse laying around. I should have somewhere a spare mouse. I hope. Let's see. That's my power. That is... Oh wait, I have my spare stuff in this house. Here. Let's see. I do not have a spare mouse. Let's see. Let's think. There are options, of course, that I can do. There we go. Probably what's happening is, because the mouse still turns on as such, just not fully, apparently. Probably because there's somewhere a little bit of water. Hopefully, I can shake loose. Otherwise, I have to have it to dry. Shooty shooty, I'm coming for the booty. There we go, just rub it a little bit. Hopefully it goes spamming all the buttons. Boop, 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 boop. Oh yeah, I look in the inside and it's wet in there. Ooh, that's bad. Give you all. Well, let's see if it works now. If it doesn't work, then I might have to find another way. It doesn't work. I have to have it to dry then somewhere. Like most of the time, as soon as it dries, it's fine again. Which I'm hoping that that's the case. Now I'll just lay it there to dry. There is one other way, which will be a really, really interesting way. Do I have rice? Rice is not that good for electronics. I do have silica packets, which I'm gonna put it in there. Let me just move that, and we have to make sure that the table is dry. I'm gonna do this. Oh, there. Okay, this is gonna be an interesting way. Can I look around with it, however? I cannot. Let's see. Because I'm using the drawing pad right now. The drawing pad also kind of is like a mouse, but as soon as I touch something, it registers it as a click. I could rebind Genshin's click. But I still can't look around, so I need to go to the software of the... Just don't know how it's called. Yeah, okay, got it. Let's see, how's that called again? No, not NL, I'm looking for... I think it's just called Draw. No. Just give me my background, please. It doesn't want to manage the game for some reason. Okay, hold on. Now we're gonna do some technical stuff. Boop. Do it like that then. Okay, that's how it's called. Hunyo tablet. I open Windows here. Hunyo tablet. There we go. Open that. Where's the mouse? Oh, that's annoying. As soon as I open the program, it disables the drawing tablet. So you can't accidentally... The question is, can I navigate through here to rebind those look-arounds? Wait, I have a way better option. I have a controller. I think you can play Genshin with a controller. That might be a better option. I don't use this controller enough. Let's see. I never know how this controller works. That's the biggest problem I have. Oh, I heard a to-do. That's a good sign. Let's see if I can do anything. I cannot. Oh, yeah, this is the controller that I broke. That's why I'm not using it. 3. Okay, that also doesn't work. Okay, I have a plan. Then, another one. We're gonna make this a double stream, I guess. The problem is I can't chase the titles on the Twitch side. But I think, given about half an hour, maybe an hour,
into my eyes is
and
ill-advised. I can't promise
the mouse
you'll
should
love
hopefully
what
be
you
fine
see.
again. Really quickly grab that silicone package. That's why it's always good to keep them, the silicone packages. Oh, this might be a huge problem. Actually, I can fix that if I press the right button combination. A plastic bag. I always have a plastic bag somewhere. There it is. There we go. Plastic bag. Plastic mouse. There's the plastic bag. Little air as possible so it can put out all the moisture. Okay, do I have a hairdryer? I do
Children be up
not,
to.
which is a shame.
Never mind. Let them do as they please.
Let's see, I need to somehow... There. Tap. It doesn't allow me to go to the other monitor and I need to... Oh, wait, maybe? Yes, okay. There we go. Now I have the stream here. I can now move the stream to here. Do I want you on or do I want specifically on? You have a higher drive, but what is it's not fair. Oh, it's for your sculptures. Yeah. Clicking too fast. There. New project. Draw. So the first half, well, the rest of this will probably just be a. Oh, don't tell me I can't hit the draw button. Yes, for the base pair without taking many hours to the right. Fair enough. Or I start up Clip Studio 100 times apparently. Oops. Is it just starting up? Why doesn't it show me anything? Okay, I'm doing everything wrong. Let's see. Not that. Cancel you for now.
Staring into my eyes is ill-advised. I can't promise you'll like what you see.
Problem is the clicking doesn't work constantly. What was that button again? Uh-oh. Okay, this is getting more and more complicated to fix. Let's see. So apparently I can't start up the software without a mouse. Because I can't click. So I need to click on draw, but I can't click on draw. Because it turns out I can't actually click. It doesn't register as a click, but it registers as a click at the same time. What makes it even weirder. Close that for now. Then go to, where's my OBS? Boop, boop, boop. One nice part, actually I might be able to find it. Do I have a dryer? No, I don't have a dryer. Oh, but I've said hi. The heating system next to me. Like that. Right? There's the cable. That it? Go. Turn it on. Put it on top setting, which will be 30 degrees. That's fine. Where did I put the mouse? Here. So yeah, that might work. That's gonna be hot in my room. There we go. Well, that's the thing. It says 30 degrees, but the heating element itself is way, way hotter. So if I place it pretty close, it will be in a hotter setting. But I guess I'm gonna have some story times instead. Isn't that fun? Put the tablet there for now. Turn it off again.
What could the children be up to?
So,
Never mind. Let them do as they please.
But then the question is, are there any specific stories anybody wants to hear? Lore time, yes. So let me think. What could be a fun story to tell? If there are any specific stories anybody wants to hear, I'll always be happy to tell them. But for now, I'm just gonna think of a story. And that would be... Res. Nidun.
Something you wish to report? Go on.
Oh, okay, I got
You
it.
have my undivided attention.
Oh, we're gonna keep hearing them. Wait, can I turn them off? No, I can't. Okay. Fine. That will be the story that I went on sail camp. Since sailing and such and windsurfing. And I was on the windsurfing camp because I was already certified to sail. So I went on the windsurfing side. And one of the trips there, because it was a whole camp, so we were there for 2 weeks. And one of the trips is when we went to sea. To windsurf. Now, okay. I went to sea and everything. And I was on the windsurf board. And I see a fish next to me. Pretty big fish. And I was like, Can I catch that fish? Because the fish was kind of swimming with me. And I was going pretty fast. At that point, I was like, okay, you know what? I'm going to try to catch it. And I jumped off the surfboard. Straight on the fish. Managed to get a hold of it. Like off the back of the tail. And just pull it out of the water. I've been known in that camp because of that. It was hilarious. But yeah, I was then known the guy that catched the fish from a surfing board. Or you're so the opposite and ask us questions. Ooh, we can also do that. But yeah. Fish didn't know what was coming for... No, he did not know what was coming for him. But I had a good lunch. No, I released the fish afterwards. And, oh, this might also not have been the best idea. It might be a little... Oh, no. The mouse is... It's luckily just a little bit. The mouse is a little bit deformed. It might be a little bit too hot. Okay, so that wasn't not too smart of an idea. Oh, but the mouse is working again. We fixed it. Oh no. Okay, hold on. I'm gonna need to take a picture of this. Hold on. Where's my phone? I have my phone somewhere here. There. And hi, it's Ducky. A vanilla bean frappuccino with extra artificial sweetener.
Staring into my
To
eyes
suffocate the
is
chill. Sounds good.
ill-advised.
I'll make
I
that
can't
in 5
promise
minutes.
You'll like what you see.
Not a single one. I have to wait a little bit. The mouse is still a little bit too hot. Can I get a good picture of that? Okay, it might be a little bit hard to see on the picture, but I'm gonna send the picture to myself. Oh, this stays hot for a long time, wow. Okay, now I need some water to cool it down. No worries for it. Let's see. I kind of like the feeling of it, however. It actually has a little bit of a rest of my palm now. I don't know. It's actually not too bad. Let's see. Where am I? Where's my alt account? I have a message. Wait, no, I should have messaged my alt account not too recently because I got a TikTok idea. There. Okay, you can see the teachy bit. I'm back in a few. Of course, Steven. Okay, for some reason I do have an in-game I can look around, but I can't find my mouse at all. Which is a little bit weird. Let's open a new desktop. Sometimes that helps. Okay, this is even weirder. I can't find my mouse.
What could the children be up to? Never mind. Let them do as they please.
That is also an interesting one. Being able to look around in a game, but not being able to... Okay, so I guess I just can't tap out anymore, and after the stream, I'm gonna have to figure out how to actually end the stream, because I can't click this stop stream button. This is gonna be an infinite stream. Probably what I will do is I will just end the stream normally, because I do have special buttons for that. And then at the end, I just close out my PC and see if that helps. Maybe it appears if it's a little bit less hot, but yeah. For now, we'll go for the game, I guess. Oh, wait. I can see my mouse. It just doesn't respond to any clicks. I am so confused. Why does it only work in the game? Let me reconnect it once. You know, the old-fashioned way of giving it a blow. Okay, so I had a mouse because I was in the game, and the game had a mouse. So it is a bug. It must be. But at least we can play the game. That's something. Right? I'm actually gonna have to see if Dashi's live. Hold on. Dashi, honey, are you live? And Reacts, welcome. I got something dumb happened to me. I broke my mouse. I dropped my water bottle all over my keyboard and mouse. The keyboard is fine. My mouse didn't work. And then somebody suggested if I have a hair fan. I was like, no, but I do have a heater. So I put it in front of the heater and now the mouse is a little bit melted. But the mouse works, even though it's a little bit melted. And for some reason I can't tap... Well, if I tap out, I can't use my mouse outside of the game anymore. So I guess I'm gonna have to stream for ever now. I can't stop the stream anymore. I dropped... And how am I? I'm doing well.
Staring into my eyes is ill-advised.
I was gonna get a new setup in Canada anyways. There, I'll put you up a little bit. You're a little bit soft. Sorry, I just realized. I can't see my volume settings really well because...
Now what are you gonna break, huh? What are you gonna break now?
I would say my mind, but that one is already not really that fixed.
Fucking shit. Always breaking stuff, hon. Why?
I'm good at breaking stuff.
Stop breaking things.
That's why I need you.
You gotta wait to assemble.
Well, that's why I need you. You can prevent me from breaking stuff.
What do you mean? I've tried to do that and you almost burnt down the house in the Netherlands.
You just need to get better.
How do you burn things so easily? It's like, do you wake up in the morning and go, what can I start on fire today?
I just got the energy of Eclipse.
Yeah, apparently.
For those who don't know who Eclipse is Dashi's chatbot that likes to do arson.
He's also my play mascot.
Also his play mascot.
How's
Yeah.
it going?
Chaotic, because I've been dealing with this issue for almost 30 minutes.
Oh my god. Hey, look. I just.
Just so you know what you're marrying into, right? You know I'm a
Oh, I
cook.
knew what I was marrying into when I
Let them do as they
proposed to you.
please.
You haven't seen the worst of it yet.
Honey, I lived with you for 2 months. I know. I know I can't let you cook. I can't let you kneel wooden skewers. Anything
In-
pointy. I gotta like toddler proof the house.
Oh, I'll find a way, even if it's toddler proof. You need to Wisca proof it.
That's essentially toddler proofing.
Oh, it's worse than
No,
toddler
no, no,
proofing.
no. There's baby proofing and then there's toddlers, because toddlers put everything in the mouths. You have to try to do stuff they're not supposed to do.
To be fair, I
Right?
put a lot of stuff in my mouth.
Exactly.
Not in a dirty way, just you know.
Staring into my eyes is ill-advised.
Sure.
I can't promise you'll like what you see.
How did you make the mouth?
Well, I put it in front of the heater and now it's melted. Partly. Oh wait, I am able to send you a picture. On the picture it's not that great to see, but Dashi can vouch for it now.
I want to see this on the stream right now.
Well, on the stream you don't see anything, but I'll send you a DM because for some reason the mouse doesn't work anymore outside of the game. So I can look around, I can click inside the game, but as soon as I try to click outside the game, my mouse just disappears and it doesn't exist.
Oh my god, honey.
But yeah, I sent you the picture. I don't know if you can see the dent.
Oh my god. How? What did you put it on the heel?
Yes.
Oh
Like
my
I put it like right next to the heating element.
No,
What could the
no,
children be up
no.
Never mind. Let them do as they please.
And this is your lesson. Don't leave me unsupervised.
No, that's why I'm at.
Oh.
That's why I bought you a collar and a lease.
That fair enough. The color on a leash will work. But
Oh, it's one of those.
that does remind me of a good joke.
I need to buy those things that you strap to the back of kids, like the toddler backpacks that have a leash. So I
Oh, the
can just
toddler
put it right
leashes.
here.
Yeah, but, well,
Yeah,
I wouldn't mind a
exactly.
choker. If I misbehave, you
No,
can
you-
give it a
Something
small
you wish
pull.
to report? Go on.
I don't know.
You have my undivided
At least
attention.
the mouse now works partially. For some reason, only in game, which is fine. Wait, there's one more thing I could try for that. What if I'm just tapped out on a fully different tab, and then plug it in and out? I either might break it worse, or I might fix it.
You might just break it.
Most likely. I'm good at breaking stuff.
I know you.
And I think it's a Windows issue, because the mouse disappeared. Wait, I can use the drawing tablet a little bit. See if I can find the mouse like that. Because that teleports the mouse to the location. So I can now see my mouse. Oh, I fixed it! I have a mouse again. Somewhat. Okay, I still can't click outside of Windows as such. It doesn't register. Okay. That's just probably a restart.
Yeah, probably. May have fun streaming.
Yes, thank you. Bye.
Love you.
Love you. Who's the guy on the background? That's my puppy. Finally, a mouse. Yeah. This mouse is worth $1 million. Yeah. I broke it, and I'm famous, so now it's worth $1 million. You can now buy the mouse on eBay. Let's check out the Helitros first. I'm happy that we can at least play, however. Like, in the worst case, I won't be able to do anything later tonight. Except Genshin, I guess. But then I'd be able to get a mouse tomorrow. Like, I can easily find a mouse for $5 somewhere. Or for $10. We need a Wisca break compilation. I'll just have Dashi tell all the stories about me breaking stuff. How does that sound?
Floor here
Boop.
isn't safe.
Whee! What? The floor isn't near safe? Well, we fall down. I do gotta say, I kind of like the feeling of the mouse now it's melted. Whee! Oh, we have to go there? Okay, we'll go there.
Overruled.
And woo! Hi Tony, welcome! I'm still surprised that she wants to marry me. With how clumsy I am. Burning a mouse, throwing all types of water over it, breaking stuff, breaking myself. Oh, Tony, if you missed it, I accidentally dropped a bottle of water on my mouse and keyboard. The mouse broke.
This place has also been contaminated by primordial seawater.
Then I put it in front of a heater, and now the mouse is melted. And yeah, who wants to marry me? Dashi. He's my fiance. So, and I'm gonna have a blanket around my legs. 'Cause I like blankies. Blankies and hoodies are the best. There. But yeah, Tony. No, Dashi. Dashi wants to, well, marry me, but I still don't know why. I'm really, really clumsy. Like, we've seen each other for a total of 2 months. In those 2 months, I nearly 0 HP'd myself by impaling myself with a wooden stick. I almost put the house on fire. And that was when he was here in the Netherlands. The stick was when I was there in Canada. There was another one. I know I'm forgetting something. Oh yeah, I also broke 6 glasses when I was here. Because I had to hand wash them and I'm, well, clumsy. So I broke a lot of glasses. Yeah, I don't know any other ones. But Tessie can tell you more.
Yeah. And a lot of it, too. A Fontanian would most likely dissolve the moment they fell in.
You should go back for safety.
Right. You can't go down if there's primordial seawater. It's too dangerous, and it won't be any help for you to just stay here. Don't get Paimon wrong. We're not saying you're useless. It's just that...
No, you're right. I can't do anything in this situation. I'll leave this to you.
From the look of things here, maybe there's no way back.
That complicates things.
Oh,
Maybe
because
the
that's
only
also
way
primordial
left
sea.
is forward.
In that case, do you want to wait for us here?
The water levels here are unstable, and there's a chance the water will rise. So staying here wouldn't be safe either. I'll go together with you.
Oh.
Perhaps we'll find the exit just up ahead.
All right. Come with us for now then, but please be careful.
Boop.
Oh,
Okay, so we have to
no,
parkour.
it's a dead end. Let's try climbing over from the side.
I would like... Like, it would be fun if they actually added that if you fall in the water, you get a death screen or something like that. Like, you know, your character died and then you have to start over from the beginning. Just to add the feeling that she's actually in your party instead. I kind of forgot why we were here. Father. Am I married in Canada or in the nice Netherlands? I'm gonna get married in Canada. Because that's also where we're moving to. Well, where I am moving. Because that's also where we're moving to. Well, I'm moving to, yeah. For multiple reasons. For multiple reasons we have decided to... Oh! Run! Ooh. And then just kidding. I'm not free. Oh, thank you. Uh-oh. Is she gonna fall in the sea? That would be dangerous. And not good.
Demoiselle?
Huh?
Demoiselle, what are you doing here by yourself? Would you be standing here till dark if I hadn't come to get you?
Oh.
Maybe she just wants some time to herself, Malus.
You never would marry? I would.
Hmm?
Well, I am. But
Oh. Was I sleeping?
Yes, it would appear so.
I must be tired.
That's quite possible. However, you were the one that suggested we go out for a walk.
Oh, right. I nearly forgot.
interesting.
It must have slipped my mind when I dozed off. I haven't had a nap today yet. Have I? This is a familiar feeling, yet something's a little strange.
Is something the matter, Demoiselle?
Oh, no. No, I'm fine. I was just trying to recall why we came out for a walk.
Do you
That's a good
remember
question.
Mr. Giverny? He'd requested our help before with foreign merchants who had a debt dispute with him, and we'd resolved the matter not long ago.
Is this the past?
We
Is this
were
the
headed
present?
to see how
the
things
future?
were going with him at the moment.
Ah, right. Yes. I remember now.
Oh, Miss Navia. Ah, Mr. Malus. And Mr. Silver, too. It's good to see all of you.
How have you been?
Are these the ones that drowned
I've
in the
been
primordial
great.
sea?
Thanks to your help, those bothersome merchants finally realized that I wasn't the one they were
And
looking
hi, Starry.
for.
Welcome.
Why, I wasn't even the guarantor for that person.
Welcome,
They
welcome.
were
How are you
knocking at my
doing?
door day and night. Even my neighbor, Obina, was getting fed up with them.
Sometimes force is required to calm someone down and get them to listen to what you have to say.
That's right. Oh, by the way, Burnett, what was it that you wanted to give to Miss Navia again?
Oh, yes. One moment, I have it right here.
How are you doing, Starry? Welcome.
Miss Navia, these are some flower seeds that I prepared. Please take them. They're a very good variety, and they'll become very big and beautiful once they bloom. I don't know what we would have done without your help, so this is a little token of our appreciation. I hope you won't refuse.
Ah, did you
I can't
cultivate
remember if
them
they were the
yourself?
ones that actually drowned in
Thank
the
you so
primordial
much.
sea.
I'll certainly
Or,
take
well,
them.
became liquid.
Malus, we do still have some empty flower pots at home, right?
Why, we can have as many pots as you'd like, demoiselle.
Perfect. In that case, we'll swap out some of the decorative plants for some of Mrs. Burnett's flowers.
Very well.
Wait. Something seems to be off here. Excuse me, madam. If I'm not mistaken, your name is Burnett, correct?
That's right. Is something wrong?
No, it's nothing. This is the first time we've ever met, but your name seemed familiar to me. I must have heard it when I was discussing things with your husband previously. I've heard this name before. Sometime recently, I'm sure of it. And why are there so few people around here?
So we are in the
Where did we
primordial
go?
sea right now.
We
Or,
must
well,
mind the
she
time,
is.
Demoiselle. We still have important things to attend to today.
Huh? We do? Like what?
Well, now, did you forget?
Miss Navia, here you are. I've been looking for you. Please, come to the Opera House. Your trial is about to begin.
Wait, her trial?
My trial? Wait, why would I need to go to the Opera House?
Yes, she's right, Demoiselle. It's just about time now, so we should get going.
Oh? All right then.
Ooh. Okay, okay.
Look, it's Navia. She's here.
And her two attendants are with her. Goodness, everyone's finally here.
There sure are a lot of people here to see the trial. And they all seem to be oddly excited about something. I even know some of these people. Karina, Desiree, Joyville, Jolien, Essen.
Those are the people that
So many people
got
here.
taken by the Primordial Sea.
And why do I have no recollection of this case? And as for the judge... huh? Where's Monsieur Neuvillette?
Please sit in the defendant's seat. Don't worry, Silver and I shall accompany you.
All right. But are you sure you can stand behind me?
Typically, it wouldn't be allowed, but today is an exception.
But is she gonna be judged?
Hey,
And
what
that's
kind
how
of place
she...
do they think this is?
Come on. Do they have any idea what they're doing?
Seriously.
Enough with the whispering! Could someone please tell me where Monsieur Neuvillette is? And why I'm standing trial?
My dear Miss Navia, have you not yet realized what you've done? In that case, allow me to explain. As all here know, you are Master Callus's successor, the head of the Spina di
Oh my
Rasula.
god, my mic was muted.
Someone held
But
in
how long
high
was my mic
regard
muted?
by every soul in Poisson.
Well, not too
After
long.
you took over the Spina, you treated all of us just like the late Master Callus had. If anyone in need reached out to you for help, you responded.
Yes.
Not only you, but your butler, your subordinates, nearly everyone
No
in
problem.
the
Okay, good.
Spina di
Thank you.
Rasula fought for the well-being of those in Poisson.
Wait a moment. Aren't you just proving that I'm a good person?
Yes, correct. Absolutely right.
And you can hear me? Good.
And
I had it
that
just muted
is
for a
why
little
you
bit.
stand accused. You have helped so many people get through so many difficulties. You are one with us. We are inseparable. We are one big family, all of us who are from Poisson, inextricably linked. And with you being so important, we couldn't possibly do without you. Therefore, this fair and honorable court shall declare you guilty, and you shall stay here. You will be together with us.
So she has to
forever.
convince them to not be part of the Primordial Sea.
Are you saying? Everything you have said is correct. I have indeed done a lot for my hometown, and I would be willing to be with you all, but what is the purpose of having me stand here like this? What is there to discuss?
Ah, well, if that's what you think, then I have no further comments.
How wonderful, Miss Navia!
It's a shame she doesn't know what's going on. I think if she knew what was going on, she would have defended
I
herself.
know all these people. Why are they laughing?
I seem to remember now. Yes, I get it. This trial is...
Wait just a moment. This isn't right!
Are they gonna tell her?
Malus?
What was that, Mr. Malus? Our conclusion is very clear and unanimous. Let the court judge her now. She's guilty!
Stay here, Navia! You're one of us!
Demoiselle, don't admit guilt. This trial means to keep you here forever.
I wish to exercise my right to defend Our Lady. Mr. Joinville, you only know of Navia's goodness, but nothing of her utterly independent mind.
She was born a free and independent spirit. She has never been tied down by anything. Indeed, even the death of Master Callus couldn't stop her.
Her actions cannot serve as proof that she identifies herself as part of any group. She merely acted as an individual, extending her hand to help others. Please do not mistake her actions as being otherwise.
Really? As an individual, you say? Don't forget, we are all Fontanians here. This is the nation of justice, the nation of Hydro. Even if Miss Navia only voluntarily rendered her assistance, that doesn't change the fact that her beautiful soul must return to everyone. Water accepts all, blends with all. It will surely accept her kindness. Everything is measured here in the nation of Hydro, and in the end, everyone shall meld together. Thus, when a unanimous opinion emerges, that opinion represents justice. Now I speak for everyone. Our opinion is consistent. Navia should stay. We and Navia are one.
So, just out of curiosity, just a small theory, I guess, then. That machine that proves if you're guilty or not is not... because, you know, the Archon doesn't know how it works. Does that mean that that is basically the consciousness of the Primordial Sea? So everybody that's, you know, taken inside the Primordial Sea has a right to vote if they're guilty or not. But they just don't know that.
And you would call this justice? Preposterous. You are merely jealous that Demoiselle still has a chance to exist as an individual. Have you forgotten how much you all once longed to become individuals, to become independent?
Do you mean to defy our justice?
If your justice is flawed, then why should we acknowledge it?
As you said, we can also have our own justice. Silver and I shall defend Demoiselle. And that is how we will enforce justice.
Yes, it is. Okay.
My head... it hurts.
Demoiselle.
So this is the
Silver,
fight between
it
her
hurts.
and...
My head is spinning. All I can see is stars swirling in front of me. I remember now. Everything that seemed odd from the very beginning. Karina, Desiree, Joyville, Jolien, Essen, and Mr. Giverny and Mrs. Burnett, who we met earlier. Even Malus and Silver. I don't want to admit it, but they're all dead.
I wouldn't call it specifically dead.
Don't be afraid, and don't admit guilt. We will protect you to the very end.
Absurd! Who are you to say that she cannot be judged? We are the majority, and in the nation of trials, the majority is absolute justice. We are the will of all.
Don't let them escape! We shall keep Navia here with us!
Mr.
I'm back in a few
Malus
minutes.
and
Okay,
Mr.
Steven, take your
Silver,
time.
Must you be so stubborn? How could the two of you possibly hope to stand against the collective? Do not resist. This judgment is fair and just. Navia belongs to us. After all that happened, she should not be left alone in Poisson.
What are you saying?
No more excuses!
He says we're jealous. Jealous? How could she possibly be an independent individual?
What's with these people?
Who's jealous of her?
She belongs to us!
Miss Navia, she...
I am really curious
Silence.
how. Oh!
That's...
Neuvillette.
Monsieur Neuvillette!
Such commotion is prohibited in the court. The accusations you just presented are nonsense and cannot constitute a proper trial. The court will adjourn for the rest of the day. In this, I shall hear no objections from any unauthorized party.
Our thanks, Monsieur Neuvillette.
Please leave with me, Miss Navia, while there is still time.
But...
Go on now, Demoiselle.
Oh.
This is your only chance to leave this place. What, can't bear to leave us behind or something?
Malus.
My apologies. I couldn't resist making one little joke once I realized that this shall be our last goodbye.
Aww.
Malus... Silver...
Quickly, you must come now.
Goodbye, Demoiselle.
Farewell.
But, wait. This raises even more questions. Because...
No, wait! Just a second!
Navia?
Does that mean that Monsieur Nevelet already knew about all the murders and that it was Primordial Sea because he can enter that area?
You're awake. Good.
I must have been dreaming. Malus and Silver were still alive, and they were defending me at some insane trial.
This is
Looks like you're all right.
Did all the sad feelings cause you to have a nightmare? Paimon could give you a hug.
The ruins you were exploring suffered a cave-in. When I arrived, I found you falling toward the water. You were just about to be dissolved within, but I...
What is it?
I think I saw 2 Oceanids protecting you. It was only for a moment, perhaps even a fraction of a second, but they gave me the chance to retrieve you. Were it not for their intervention, I would not have been able to rescue you before your consciousness dissipated.
Wait, did you say Oceanids? You mean like what happened with Vache?
So people that are dissolved become Oceanids.
Perhaps those 2 Oceanids were the people you saw in your dream.
I always told them that they didn't have to protect me.
And welcome back, Stephen.
To think that they'd keep doing so even after death.
Please come with me.
At this point, I wouldn't even call it death anymore. I would call it dissolvement or something like that. The conscious is technically still there.
Oh, I am quite all right. Perhaps there's something we could chat about?
Why do you look so stiff all of a sudden? Oh, Paimon knows. You're the type who feels awkward when there's nothing to talk about, right?
There is a lot to talk about.
I thought that we should give Navia some time to herself.
Huh? Why didn't you just say so then? Don't you think it's even more awkward to call us over like this and then have nothing to talk about?
I suppose so.
By the way, Sequin sends us regards.
Sigewinne. I hope all is well with her these days. Her work in the Fortress of Meropide has not been too much for her, has it?
No way, don't worry. She's doing fine down there. She's an amazing head nurse.
I see. Well, that is good. I have always worried that Sigewinne would need a lot of time to understand the world of humanity, just as I have.
Oh, and the Duke also says hi. Even though Sigewinne made him do that. He hopes that you haven't been overwhelmed by all that's happened lately.
Thank you. I have indeed been busy lately, and I also hope that everything is going well in the Fortress of Meropide.
He still doesn't know what to talk about. Let's chat about something else then.
You're the expert.
So, Neverlet, you're probably quite the swimmer, huh?
Yes, of course.
This isn't going anywhere.
I kind of feel relatable.
Let's try something else. How did you find these ruins? Did the knave tell you?
Yes, in fact. I had arranged to meet you in Poisson, but when I arrived, I discovered that the Fatui were helping the residents evacuate. They had even transported a large quantity of supplies to the area. Amid my astonishment, I ran into the knave, and we had a chat. She informed me that she had asked you to investigate the ancient ruins here.
Yeah, we originally planned to meet up with you, but we thought you might still be busy with all those official documents. We didn't think exploring the ruins would take very long, and who would have thought you'd wrap things up so quickly?
And luckily he did so. I hope Nivea can get back on her feet. Okay, let's go on.
I'm sorry to have kept you all waiting like that.
What is here?
I'm
This is a
feeling
typical
much better
hiding
now.
spot.
I guess we should get going
Aww.
again.
This
Will
is
you come
always
with us, Monsieur
so
Neverlet?
disappointing if you don't find even a little
Yes,
chest like
if
one
you
of
wouldn't
this.
mind my company.
All right, another one joins the
Oh.
party. Let's get going then.
Hi there.
Lay to bed.
Leave it all to me.
Boop. 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 And we'll take him out. Mire might spawn, but we'll be fine. Like, I can keep staring this guy anyway, so he doesn't seem to be a big problem. 2, 3.
Let me scribe.
And he's dead. Why only one, though? And how did they actually get in here? I mean, they are not originally from Fontaine, so I guess they could swim, but still.
Oh no, another unstable path. Watch your step.
And hop. Up we go. How far up do we still have to go? A little bit. 3 of these that are level 90. Ow. Ow.
Shadows
Boop.
of fate.
Spawn that one. Actually, we can also do
Fate
ultimate.
is upon you.
One with the forest.
3, that way we get more flowers.
Let's
Blue.
nip that in the bud.
And boom. Now we're gonna go for the real damage. I'm not good at dodging for some reason.
Transfixed.
But we'll still kill them. Even though they are a higher level, I kind of enjoy it more that they are level 90 compared to me being level 80. It makes the fight last a little bit longer and it feels like they're a little bit stronger. Like, it's just a range that I feel like, okay, this is actually fun to play against. More than like, oh, okay, I 3-shot them or 2-shot them. There we go. This might be the last one here because I can't look up much more. Oh, that's fun. A Ruin Garden, 2 of these things. Boop.
Can't see.
3. Mona E.
Commendable.
When I'm a little bit lower, I should probably use my ultimate.
Transfixed.
There we go, that's 1 down.
Written in the stars.
And the Mona ultimate just gives them a little bit of an extra wetness and makes them weaker as well, I think, if I'm correct. Ow.
Pitiful.
Ultimate.
Witness my rise.
I'm stuck in a corner.
The hearth.
I got stun locked. Woo!
And shroud.
It happens. Probably should aim for you.
I'll uproot you.
You do deal a good amount of damage, which is worrisome.
Steady as I am a disgrace.
Okay, no, I'll get 1 shot. Well, she was low, that's the thing. Actually, I am...
Flowers haven't.
Oops.
Yet.
Okay, they're dropping like flies right now. I am curious. Normally, when I just heal her for 50%, or for 50 HP, I can't heal her. I still can't heal her, okay.
Overruled.
Meaning we have to be extra careful with her. And I need my ultimate as soon as I can. If I don't trust it, I'll just place this thingy. Just gonna hope that he's gonna keep focusing on that thing. Okay, good.
Transfixed.
Ultimate. Oh, nice. Okay, we can heal up.
Shadows of fate.
Oh no, not that attack again. Oh, it died. Okay, we got someone lucky there. In the end. Okay, I'll take the elevator up. 30 seconds before I can heal Tikanara. Wait. We climbed this tower all for nothing? We're not gonna figure out what that thing is? Okay. That's a shame. I would love to know what that is. But I guess that's not what we're looking for. Ooh, this looks interesting. Investigate the space ahead.
Looks like we've reached the end.
This is the place. There should not be any other hidden spaces in the vicinity.
The path sure had some twists and turns, but it turns out that this place isn't actually that big.
There seems to be something on the walls.
Stone slates. It seems like they were put here as an offering. Could we take them down and have a look?
Perhaps we should just leave them be for now.
Is this a story of the future? Because I did see, you know, her sitting alone in the chair again, and
There are 4 locations in total, but only 3 stone slates. The slate that should be in the first empty spot is missing.
The surrounding walls also show signs of damage.
There's something written below. Let Paimon see. Reason dictates that this nation be destroyed. I shall record the history of its future here in its past. Say what?
It feels like someone left these slates and these words here for a purpose. But does he mean that Fontaine should be destroyed?
That would fit the circumstances dictated by the prophecy, yes.
Indeed.
Indeed, the slate's contents correspond to it. Take the second slate, for example.
There's a person kneeling here. She seems so dedicated. And there's a whole bunch of other people behind her doing the same. She's facing this... what is this? Some kind of island in the sky?
And is that Lady Farina in the third image? Did the Hydro Archon fall into the water?
And is that a ring of people around her? Paimon doesn't quite get it. Are they all in the water?
The fourth image. I know this one. This
That is the
exactly
prophecy,
matches
yeah.
the content of the prophecy.
The people will all be dissolved into the waters, and only the Hydro Archon will remain, weeping on her throne.
Yeah, they seem to match. Oh, what did you do?
More information should be hidden in these slates, but I fear I cannot easily uncover it, most likely due to us missing the first slate. I am very sorry.
Don't blame yourself, Monsieur Neuvillette. Deciphering ancient stone slates isn't one of your duties.
Ooh, Paimon's getting the chills just looking at these slates. This says that it's the history of the future, right? That means the prophecy's sure to come true.
I really hope it doesn't mean that.
Still, Paimon feels like these images are kind of weird when you look at them together.
Something is missing, which is probably the first slate. The issue is the order of the third and the fourth image.
That's right! If the images are in chronological order, shouldn't the fourth, the waters drowning Fontaine, come before the third, where the Hydro Archon herself falls into the water?
And yet the order is reversed here.
The second image is also quite concerning. What sin are the people in the image confessing to? And hi, Wiz, welcome. Welcome. How are you doing today? How's your day been going? What is
If
the
we
sin
go
that
by
people-
timing, Lady Farina only emerges in the third image. That means that the person in the second image might be the previous Hydro Archon.
Egeria, then. I had never met her, but her appearance here does match the records. The previous Archon kneeling before the floating island in the skies, as if confessing a sin.
Did she herself commit that sin? And if
With a
not,
cowboy tie?
why would she be in
Sounds
such a
fun.
posture? Also, I'm still wondering why these ancient stone slates are here at all. Judging from their contents, could this place be the origin of the prophecy? Does that mean that someone, or some people, once saw these slates?
And how am I doing? I'm doing good. I broke the mouse on stream. I doused it in water and then accidentally burned it. Which reminds me, for the future, when I'm gonna live with Dashi, always have reserve parts. But yeah, I'm doing well. I'm on a breaking spree today.
Who would have created these slates and left these words here?
Oh no. It's fine. I managed to fix it good enough that it works again. Somewhat.
It seems that any further clues will have to come from Farina.
In that case, there's no time to lose. There's nothing else to be gained here, so let's head back first.
Yeah, we better get somewhere safe for now.
Honestly, who creates slates? Who created the slates? Doesn't matter now. The real question is whether the thing will truly play out as the prophecy foretells or not. And how is Res doing? Res is doing amazing. He had a good time today. We went for a big walk in the forest. Like, the walk that we did was like nearly 3 hours. So he had a lot of fun today. And so did I. I also had fun today.
Let's split up here. I'm going to check on what's happening with the Spina. You know how it is. There's some things you just need to be there for yourself.
You still have energy for that, Navia? Paimon's already beat.
Just head back to the Fluvsandra and have a rest then. Thanks for keeping me company all this time.
I'll depart as well. Thanks for your hard work today. Rest well, everyone. Traveler, I will go talk to Farina tomorrow morning to ask about the stone slates. I'm sure that you're concerned about this matter as well. If you have time, drop by my office. I will share the results of our discussion with you.
I would love to know those. Alright, see you tomorrow.
Are you really gonna talk to her about this directly? Will that be a problem? Paimon's getting a little scared now that it's come to this.
She has long been harboring secrets and will not give them up easily, which makes it all the more my duty to ensure that she understands the present situation.
Alright, we'll leave it in your hands then. You're probably the best.
Am I sleepy? A little bit.
I will be carefully considering my words tonight.
Traveler, Paimon, our safe house
But
at the
that's okay.
Fluvsandra is always open to you as ever. So please don't think you're an imposition.
Like, today
I'll be on my way then.
woke up somewhat early. Like, I woke up around 10 for some reason. Thank you for the pets. Think I woke up at 10. Was it 10 or 11? No, I woke up at 10 because I just woke up. But I also went to bed at 6, so I've only had 4 hours of sleep. But for some reason, I couldn't sleep anymore. So, yeah. I decided, okay, I'm going to just stay up because at 2 I have
Waffle
an
wags
appointment
tail
with Valte.
excitedly. Hi, fluffy brain Wisca.
But I think it's because of your name, Wiz, that Waffle thinks that you're Wisca. Which is a little bit weird, but eh. Hereby, you're now Wisca as well. But yeah, at 2 I met up with Valte and Mimi because Mimi is here now in the Netherlands. And yeah. So I've had about 4 or 5 hours of sleep. Wait, do I say that right? I went to bed 6, 10, yeah, 4 hours. Which is fine, I don't need that much sleep. There.
Welcome back. We've got a special menu prepared for you two tonight.
Yay! And there's good food too! Navi, no, the boss is the best.
Oh, she's doing well. You did great as well, Paimon.
Ooh, desserts! Nice, these are all Paimon's! Paimon's already starting to forget what happened today.
Because I make parties all night? Yeah, you can say it like that. Oh, Mona!
Voice. Is that who I think it is?
And technically, we haven't met her yet. It's you two. What are you doing in Fontaine? For some reason, she didn't say that. Oh, that was probably because of tech. Sorry, that's distracted with building. No worries, no worries. Did the stars not tell you that we might meet here?
Seriously, nobody just uses a scry glass whenever they've got time to just see who they'll meet on the road.
Still, we didn't expect to see you here. Wait, you're not a Fontanian, are you, Mona?
Well, I have some business to attend to here, so I booked a hotel in the city. I was just out for a stroll when I bumped into you. Quite unexpectedly, if I might add. Why did you think I was from Fontaine, though? Is that because Magistus doesn't sound much like a Mondstadter surname?
Yeah, let's go with that.
Waffle wags tail happily. Waffle loves being cute. Treats, please.
Well, I used to have
Treats,
my
please.
own surname, which was, well, some other thing. Either way, the old hag told me when she took me as her disciple that the first step to being a great astrologist's pupil was to change that name. There was nothing for it, really. She really is amazing at astrology, so I changed my name to what it is now according to her wishes. To my surprise, however,
What's the flag
Magistus
behind
is not
wishes?
the name of some ancient house or clan.
Oh, in the back of the profile picture. Well, you don't know, recognize your
Although
flag,
it is
Stephen?
used by us in place of surnames, it generally
I'm
just
disappointed.
means great.
Wow! Imagine including a boast in your name. Wait, are you gonna have to put that into
That's
your
right, it's flag.
genealogy as well?
Yes.
I reckon so. In any case, I'd give my disciple a name like this as well, if I were to take one.
May I ask what your master's name is?
Astromancer Barbeloth Trismegistus.
Whoa, that's a long one. Does it also mean great or something?
I got you, yeah, I know.
My name means Mona the Great Astrologist.
Next time, when my mouse is fixed as such, I'll give you
Thrice's Great Scholar of the Stars. Just
I'll
take it
give
as
you a
title
lecture about
specific
all
to
the
astrologists.
LGBTQIA facts.
Thrice as great? That's so petty.
I know, right? That's just how she is. She used to call herself Magistus, actually, but when she took me in, she changed her name to Trismegistus.
Talk about excessive.
Magistus is thus the calling card of our school, so to speak, which makes it about the same as a surname. It's all right if you don't get it. You can look into it further should you need to study astrology more deeply.
How about triple strength traveler or triple appetite potty mom?
Terrible! But anyway, you're not Fontanian, are you, Mona? You're from Mondstadt, right?
Well, I was born in Mondstadt, yes. My parents migrated to Dorman Port,
This is
and
Jiller.
I traveled with the old hag for a while,
You see.
after which I settled down in Mondstadt City.
Oh, that's a good thing then. At least we know you won't be dissolved by Fontaine's waters.
Speaking of that, I'm sure you're aware that a bunch of things have happened here in Fontaine, right?
Oh, yeah.
I know you're not a local, but I'd avoid
Wisca.
getting too close to any water that looks
I'm a
strange
Wisca.
all the same. There's
Fair enough.
something ominous about it. Well, the water, I mean.
Did you come to Fontaine because of the prophecy,
That was the
Mona?
main reason,
The gay
yes. Just a while back,
What's
the
wrong?
Steambird invited me to take
You don't
part
like
in a
me being
panel
gay?
and speak about the circulation of the prophecy as an astrologist. The invitation was sent quite
I mean,
early on. I don't think anyone
To
expected
be fair,
Fontaine to
especially
be in
with
this much
yesterday
trouble.
night in mind, kinda looks like you are also turning, Steven. My plan is working.
What do you make of that prophecy, Mona? Just tell us what you think as an astrologist. Your word
Because
would
of
go
you,
a long way to make
because
things
of
more
me, you have a
certain and
Bible.
less scary.
What I can tell you
To be
is
honest,
that I'm an astrologist, and that this prophecy
Is
concerns
that a
the
maybe?
fate of Fontaine.
I know it's
The
a
night
maybe.
of Ultivat. Ascertaining this is akin to reading
Don't
the
worry, we'll
fortune
accept
of the
you.
whole world. I'm afraid
I just
that
had
this is
fun
not something
yesterday.
that just anyone
That's
can
what they
do.
all say.
If I could do it, you would no longer call me an astrologist.
And
but a
probably get to, I don't know.
visionary.
That's okay.
But on the
You
flip
have time to
side,
figure it out.
the prophecy is so huge and powerful that it must surely come from a powerful visionary. Its contents involve the fate of the world. Disregarding it would be a mistake.
A visionary? Sounds really powerful and all, but does such a person really exist?
Of course. The old hag
The power
could
of
do
skies
it,
compels you.
and I bet there are others amongst those
Eh.
Hexenzirkel colleagues of hers who could do something similar.
Nah, thank you. I'll decline for now. Let's see. Of course, the old hag could do it. And I bet there are other among those of the college colleagues of her who could do something similar. I need to assert the accuracy of the prophecy. Could you help me get in touch with your master?
Are you sure? All right, I'll help you. It isn't often that I see you with such a serious look on your face. I'll tell you once I hear back from her.
Oh, yeah.
Thanks, Mona. You're amazing as always.
I disappoint you. I'm good at that.
Oh, well, this is something only I can do after all. So yes, your praises are quite welcome.
So, I counted. Yesterday, I had 2 mosquito bites. Today, I have 20 mosquito bites. No joke. 20. All over my body. This time you mean... Okay, fair enough. But yeah. Like, I have O negative blood, which... guess mosquitoes really, really like. Did I shower yesterday? I did. Because I was meeting Revelte today. So I don't want to be stinky when I meet Revelte and such. Or when I'm going outside in general, but... I also have O negative blood, which is... Well, mosquitoes are attracted to. Oh. But yeah. Today I bought some, mosquito insecticide stuff. Did I wear dark clothes? I'm pretty white, so I guess not. Because, well, when I sleep, I sleep naked. So, there you go. So, yeah. Now you have to order more holy water. Stephen, you are being turned gay. Oh, and Wish, just so you know, Stephen is joking. I don't want you to feel, attacked or anything. Stephen is just joking. We're turning Stephen gay right now, so... That's the whole thing. Yesterday he said he was interested in Femboy, so, he's getting there. Well, make it interesting. I know, right?
That's the greatest of astrologists for you! Of all the people we know, you know the star's the best!
Indeed. That's the spirit.
Oh, sorry. I came to see what all the commotion was about. If there's anything you need, do not hesitate to inform the Spina di Rosula.
Yeah, I just want to make sure, because Stephen is German, so he has a little bit of...
Too carried away there. Well, I'll go tend to my
That
own
jokes are a
business
little
now.
bit weird.
If I receive any news, I'll be sure to come
Of
find
course I'm
you
joking,
again.
Stephen. I love you.
And there she goes, quick as rushing water.
I love you just
And
the way
here
you
we
are.
with the Spina guy giving us suspicious
That's how they say
looks.
that, right? Well, we're making a ruckus. Try to keep it down next time.
If Paimon hadn't spoken for you, it'd be you getting all the weird looks.
My jokes are more aggressive to others.
Paimon does for you.
Fair enough. Alright. Thanks, Paimon.
That's more like it.
After the conversation, you decided to get a good night's sleep to replenish your energy.
Good morning. To be honest, Paimon's still feeling
Wait, it
kinda
doesn't?
sleepy.
Oh.
But it's time to get up,
Even if I
Papa.
say
We agreed
pre.
to go see Neuvillette, so let's pack it up and get going.
Pre. There we go. I'm gonna be lazy and I'm just gonna teleport to the statue. I need to go to the statue anyways, because the statue can heal all my party members that are down. That's my excuse. Where's the statue? There. And boop, everybody healed. That's what we like to see. And I don't need to reach your bedroom. That's why I have a drone. You lost my puppy eyes? Same, I love them.
You're here! Finally!
Uh-oh.
Is something wrong?
Monsieur Durvalette and Lady Farina, they seem to have gotten into a dispute. Please go see for yourself.
But actually, you know what? Oh, that's good.
Like I said, I've already explained everything.
And yet the problem has not been properly solved. There is little space
for
for
the
excuses
bats.
between us. It is not my intention
Follows
to offend you,
Sweet
but
Beast.
please
Ooh.
tell me where you stand. You are the Hydro Archon Focalor, are you not? Look at this. This is a list of the victims from the recent Poisson incident.
You mean they're all...
A miniature was
We
free.
did not arrive in time to avert this disaster, and I will not
rest
have
of-
it happen
Oh.
again.
Waffle
I will say
barks.
this once more.
Waffle
You must
gives
tell me
virtual doggy
everything you
kisses for
know.
treats. Yay. Treats. Please.
Yesterday, I found 3 stone slates in some ancient ruins near Poisson. Do you know anything about those?
Seriously? You're questioning me like this is a court case now. I don't know anything about that. But you found them in some ancient ruins, you say?
Waffle barks
That's
playfully.
correct. Which is
Waffle
why I
boots
came
and
to
kisses
ask you
for
some
fun.
questions.
Treats,
There
please.
should have been 4 slates, but one of them was missing. The other 3 featured different images that seemed to correlate to the prophecy.
The prophecy?
Wait, that must have been the sin,
The
the
second
first
of
one.
these slates depicts the previous Hydro Archon Egeria kneeling before a floating island in the sky, as if confessing something. Do you know nothing of this either?
I don't.
Filthy
I've
fingers
never
away from
seen
Waffle.
such slates.
I'll ask you
Says
again.
croissant?
Do you really have no information regarding the previous Archon?
We love croissants.
My deciphering of the slates indicates that the Hydro Archon Egeria once had to confess to, or apologize for, a certain sin. If anyone would know about it, it should
Waffle is
be
for
you.
everybody.
Waffle's
All
tail
gods
wags
don't have the same
frantically.
secrets, you
Food.
know. She
Food.
was herself
Waffle
and
wants
I'm
food.
me. Is
Treats,
it really
please.
so strange that I know nothing? I understand your concerns, but I'm sorry. I just don't have anything to tell you.
Forgive me for saying this now, Lady Farina, but I have long known of your various secret investigations into certain matters. There are several indications that you have been investigating the prophecy on the sly. This is not strange in itself, considering that you are the Hydro Archon. But it is strange that you should also claim to not know any of Egeria's
Wait, me
secrets,
or Wish?
as well as do nothing following your
'Cause I know I'm
inquiries.
freaky.
You have never been as superficial as you have presented yourself
like
to
it
be.
freaky, I guess.
Nor are you a fool. And yet, your behavior is very inconsistent.
Fair enough.
So you've been watching me all this time, have you? I didn't think you were that type.
You...
Well, since you know about my secret investigations, then you should know I'm actually working to take care of it.
There's no point questioning or suspecting me. You're the Eudix, but you're still my subordinate. You should be following my lead. Just trust in me. You're Archon, and do as I say. Never mind whether you can truly convince yourself to or not. It'll all turn out fine. That's all I have to say. We do not discuss this matter again. Oh, the opera's about to start. Toodles!
Interesting.
by the door? Wonder what's up with her.
She
was
seems deeply
smiling.
troubled.
She didn't seem in the mood to care if we were listening in or not.
She seems to be deliberately hiding something.
I assume you've been outside for a while now?
Oh, you noticed. Seems Farina didn't even realize we were here.
She was in a great panic, though I cannot discern the reason. Our discussion reached impasses time and again, a state of affairs that we cannot allow to continue. Still, I do not understand. Dialogue is the basis for understanding, so why did she keep refusing to engage?
I'm afraid questions alone might not suffice. We need to make her understand how dire the situation actually
Everyone in her
is.
inner circle has noticed that she is hiding some secret. The issue is her attitude. I fear that she will not reveal anything unless absolutely forced to. We may have to create a situation in which she will have no choice but to speak.
Oh? Like what?
Normally, people will only reveal the truth when standing trial. Perhaps we must have the Hydro Archon experience just
You
such
found a funny
a
song, but
scenario.
it's German.
But Farina's seen so
Oof.
many trials, and she's really good at dodging questions. How do we make sure that she won't just slip
And
away
Pliny
at the
High,
first
thank
chance
you for the pets. And Doggo office. But yes, we love her
We will need to
pets.
consider this thoroughly, join
How are you
forces
doing
with various
today?
parties,
Welcome.
and then do what we can. If at all possible, I would prefer to recuse myself from this affair, but we must prevent the prophecy from coming to pass. This may be cruel to her, but all Fontaine is in crisis. The information a god possesses is too precious, and so we must take a chance on this.
In that case, we will need
But
help.
who will lend us their aid to do such a thing?
Oh, I think I know who to call. The knave. Father. I'm okay, but disappointed. Oh, your boyfriend is sick. Oh. Make sure you have to take good care of them.
Well, that's everyone, huh?
If you want to know some funny tricks Dashi pulled on me when I was sick, if he gets too hot, tell him to put a water bottle between underneath his arms and between the legs, like where the male parts are. And hi EB, thank you for the lurk. Hope you're doing well. That's what Dashi had made me do, because I had 40 degrees. I had a 40 degrees Celsius, yeah. 40 degrees Celsius fever. If it was Fahrenheit, then it would be a whole different story. Then I had to go to the hospital.
Speaking
And
of
I have
which,
a
it was
little bit
pretty
below.
smart of you to think of hiding here.
Poisson was just involved in a disaster, so it's presently devoid of people. That naturally makes it the best choice.
And here you are drinking tea like it's the most natural thing in the world, huh?
That's what families should do. Sit and enjoy a leisurely time together.
It's nice to enjoy tea here, you know? Care for a cup?
Who doesn't like tea, though?
Lend me your ears, everyone. Or perhaps one of you might like to start us off. How about you, friend?
Me? No, I don't think I can.
What if Fahrenheit is a corpse? Yes,
How about you,
exactly.
good sir?
And you don't like tea?
I fear that I will cause the mood on this boat to become as somber as it is in court.
They don't live with me yet, so I have to do it remotely. They visit me, but they don't like me visiting them. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. Yeah, the best thing you can do then is do it remotely, yeah. And if he doesn't listen, just tell him you give him spankings. Because that's what works for some reason with me and Dashi. Or timeouts, like... I think I right now am at almost 500 spankings he still has to give me when I visit again in December. I have 3 timeouts of an hour. And, yeah, there are some other punishments that we won't discuss on stream. Spanks. He just not listen to get spanked. Why do you think I have 500 spankings coming? Oh, God. Luckily he's streaming, so he isn't hearing any of this.
Well then, I guess we're lucky we've got a local like me to organize things. Wonderful, the spotlight at last. I guess I'll be facilitating
He
things
doesn't
from
watch my
here.
thoughts.
That was a little long-winded, don't you think?
Oh, you might be right. Anyway,
But yeah, he
to
can
cut to the
also
chase,
watch my
our
YouTube,
friend
but he
here,
doesn't
the
do that
traveler,
unless I tell him
has
to,
brought
hey,
us together
watch
to
between
discuss
that and that, something funny happened. But yeah.
As for what that is, well, let's start by saying that we'll
Or-
be pooling our efforts together to create a series of traps.
Oh, how intriguing.
Well, it's
to open
just an
Twitch at the
expression,
phone real
really.
quick for that.
One that I just learned from Chlorand and used on the spot. So, let's invite her to explain in detail. A round of applause, please.
Huh? Didn't you say that you would be
Okay, no,
facilitating
he's playing a
this?
different one.
Oh, come now. Your work doesn't involve much public speaking, right?
Yeah.
This is a good chance to practice. You might even pick up some fancy oratory tricks to impress your boss with in the future.
I see. And what does my boss say?
He is glad that you consider him your boss. Do go on.
Ooh. That's the thing. I don't have that, you know,
In that case,
does she try that calling me boss
do
and
any of
master?
you have
It's just
experience hunting?
it's just not my thing. I'd rather call somebody, you know, master or boss or daddy. Yeah. But being called stuff like that, I just can't. I always break out laughing. So might be a little bit of a sub. Ah, well.
Not that I recall.
Fremine and I once used a wooden stick in a basket to catch wild rabbits when we were younger.
You can
As
call me
for
Chief.
Lynette,
Fair enough.
right. You
Chief,
were
good one.
sick that day, weren't you?
I've also gone diving to catch some fish before. Does that count?
I'm afraid not. You may or may not have heard.
I like being
but Fontaine once played
called by
host
my
to a
name,
group
or
known as the
sweetheart,
Marechaussee
cutie,
Hunters.
handsome.
Though that was their name, they did not hunt animals, but rather various monsters left behind by the ancient dynasty of King Remus.
Well, that's the thing for me as well. I rarely call Dashi by his name. Like, so rarely that it actually feels weird. That if I say his name to him, he knows he's in trouble. No worries, Wiz. Take your time. I always call him also Han, Sweetie, Cutie, Pookie. I call him a lot of times Pookie. Things like that. And if I call him by his name, then he knows he's in trouble.
Today, Fontaine's monster population has already thinned greatly, so the hunters have blended back into society, taking
It's
up arms in
my
other
imaginary
lines of work.
people.
They even left a unique
Nah.
methodology of hunting in their wake. A trap comprises of the following components: bait,
That's
trigger,
happens when you call me
and
good
a
boy.
containment device. Sometimes a lethal implement will also be necessary to deal with the prey. So, if we were to build a trap together, right now, what would you choose to build it with?
But to be fair, who doesn't want to be called a good boy, good girl, good damn? Just good. Mac used to call me curse words and slurs. Only my name if serious stuff was happening. Yeah, well, I have a friend and I who do that, but my ex, no. I've never had stuff like that, like calling people slurs in relationships. I mean, sometimes I make a little bit of a joke about it, but I would never call him actually a slur. I would just, what was it last time again? What was it again? I forgot. We were talking about something and I don't know what anymore. Oh well.
For me, I would prefer something basket-shaped. Pigeons and rabbits will see the bait and naturally enter the snare.
That's an inside joke. No malice,
Our
okay.
line of
That's
work
at least
requires
important.
a deft hand,
He
and
was
we're
an
some
odd
of the
person.
best in the industry, so you can count
You
on
know,
our techniques.
aw. So Stevie doesn't want headband. He doesn't want to be called a good boy, huh, Steven?
My subordinates mentioned that you even perform some magic for the bawling children.
Yes, and I even managed to gather some intelligence in the meantime. I'm quite the multitasker if I do say so myself.
I'm afraid I can't claim that as my strong suit. I prefer more stable methods, like placing bait in the water and waiting for the fish to come within reach. That's the kind of method I would count on.
Calm and steady.
Then go forward.
Exactly the kind of person who would catch loads of fish.
And I can be their assistant.
I guess you're not a good boy then, Stevie.
With discretion, I'm sure.
You're a bad boy.
I'd
Bad
probably use
boy.
some sort of mechanical animal. Papa once bought me some small clockwork squirrels, mice, and such. When placed in the forest, they can attract others of their kind. I remember that you liked those too, didn't you?
I did. And that would be a good way to go about it. If they're realistic enough, animals of the same kind will follow them all the way to the trap.
What about you, Monsieur Neuvillette?
I fear I do not have any related experience.
That
Is like
makes
calling a
sense.
new boyfriend a good boy? That's
You
good.
usually solve problems directly, without the use of any such tricks. But I do have one more question for you, monsieur. If we were to create a trap now, how would you design it?
I would like for it to be effective, but bring no harm to the prey. A more gentle trap would be ideal.
Kind, as always. However, our intention doesn't necessarily change the containment device and the type of implement we need. If we wanted to kill the prey in one strike,
He's puppy.
we would need a
Yes.
powerful implement.
Being puppy is always
However,
good.
That also goes for prey that must be captured and safely contained.
Wait, why is that?
Only a hunter who's a
And
true
Steven
expert
is
at
a good
subduing
boy
their
too.
prey can snare it without
Yes, but he
harming it.
doesn't want to hear it.
The line that divides life and death is often exceedingly thin.
So, are we going hunting together?
Huh. We hadn't thought of seeing ourselves as hunters. It kinda works, but maybe it's still not the best metaphor.
If our means of capturing and dealing with our prey is to put them on trial, then the hunting metaphor is actually quite accurate. But we shall require much more courage than any hunter to judge a god, a being whose seat is an exalted throne.
That, right.
Oh, so that's what's going on. Sounds very interesting.
Chloe's hunting metaphor was just that, a metaphor. You will not call this a hunt, because this is not what you should do at present. Nor has it a relationship between you and Verena reached such a dire stage. What you need is simply the secret she's keeping. Attempting to take her secrets is an act of sacrilegious disrespect, but must be done to prevent Fontaine from sinking into the water, as foretold by the prophecy. There is neither hunter nor prey, but they must be a trap. That is what you need. Thank you for the pads. Well, he said it now. Fair enough. That I still like. Well, like I said, that was an interesting, small interesting fact. I did that BDSM test. For those who haven't seen the results, I think I posted it on Discord some time ago. If I haven't, then I probably just have to look for the picture again, and then I'll post it in Discord. But out of that came, of course, I am, what was it, 90% a switch, I mean. 90% a switch. And 100% prey. Not a hunter, I was the prey. For those who don't know what the test is, that basically tests for what desires you might have, like in a bedroom. Or in a BDSM style.
Few days, hasn't it? So much has been happening.
Those meetings sure did make me hungry. I have to look up the test.
Go on for so long, but everyone seemed pretty fired up, huh?
Oh, I can't do that because I can't click on things.
I thought they'd be at least a little frightened. Well, Fremine was, now that Paimon thinks about it, but everyone else just looked a little surprised.
Do you feel more confident after the meeting, Paimon?
Well, it's hard to say.
gonna see if I can find it on my phone.
Experience with this sort of thing. But with you around, Paimon sure will do great. After all, you're the most reliable person in the world, aren't you?
Is something wrong?
Did you just pour some tea? Paimon didn't notice you doing that at all.
Hi, bodybuilder. Hey, Shiraiku. Reax, how are you doing? How's it going? And I wish I was a bodybuilder. I do not have the... With my back, I don't have the ability to do it, sadly. Even if I want to.
Paimon's never seen that cup
You're not good? I'm sorry to hear that.
Don't be frightened. I'm just joining you two for tea. I merely refrained from saying anything till now.
I hope my stream can give you the entertainment and hopefully make you feel a little bit better.
Who's that voice? But there's no one here.
Oh, I actually found it on the phone.
Strange conclusion, but also such an interesting one.
Wait, is it a cup of tea
make
talking?
Such a fascinating combo, and yet even you feel confused. As such, I couldn't resist but come by for some tea and a chat.
Who are you? And what do you want with us?
Consider me a passerby.
Oh no, the tea's talking again.
Accepting a commission from my
This happens a lot in...
disciple on a whim. Precisely.
Oh, okay, some Fortnite.
Call
Yeah.
me N, a mage who wanders the world. At least, that's how my friends have suggested that I introduce myself.
The illusion is to give it mathematical problems. Okay, if that helps, then I'll do that. What is 2 plus 3? There. And because somebody did not revive you in Fortnite. Oh, that's annoying, yeah. And then you left and blocked them. I mean, that's the best that you can do then, yeah. Allow me to ask you, will Fontaine's prophecy come true?
Prophecy. Yes, what has been prophesied will be fulfilled.
And I'll send you the
may
link,
use such
Stephen.
things as the history of the future.
What? Then is there any way we can stop it?
People call such things fate, and it is written in the stars. It cannot so easily be altered.
Not easily. Not easily, but it can. I will good. Not too sad. And some things...
So you've caught on. Just as prophecies are
Wait, you can't write on my
usually
Twitch
only the
yet?
future as seen from the perspectives of the gods. Could
That is
things
weird.
be happening in hidden corners where the god's gaze does not fall? Are the things that you shall see different from the fate that the gods perceive?
Ah.
What is she talking about? It all sounds really impressive and important and stuff, but it also sounds kind of scary.
I can't change those settings because... Yeah, I can't look up if there is something wrong with the Twitch site, or if you maybe get banned, got banned for some reason or something.
But others,
Which should
you
be
must
weird.
reach out to change. Ultimately,
Do I have nail
fate
polish
shall
on my
serve
nails?
as
Yes.
your only guide, no matter what will
but
happen
there.
in Tevat's future.
Also a
All
ring.
you need to do is to play your part. This was good tea, by the way. Thank you for your hospitality. Well, that'll be all for today.
Of course.
The voice. It's gone.
Am I a boy? Last time I checked, yes. Mage N left, but they gave us a clue. Unexpected news leads to... Oh. When you wake up, somebody seems to be outside.
What? Paimon hears someone talking. Alright, coming.
But you thought I was a girl? I mean, if you want me to be. Oh, sorry, I couldn't resist. You're getting more delighted, Paimon. I should probably get some food. What should I... It is warm there? Is it warm there? It is pretty warm here. Like right now it's 28 degrees. So it's pretty warm. But it was never. Do we do in 27 hours? I mean, being old is okay.
Lazy, okay?
Well, I see I've walked in on some lively banter.
So who was the funny guy who talks the Stephen quote? Well, that's Stephen. Can I nail polish my nails? Of course you can. If you want to do that, feel free to do it. I do it myself as well. It's you. Mona. Have you been these past few days? Am I a bodybuilder? No. I wouldn't be able to. I have a really bad back, so I can't lift any weights above... I'm not allowed above 20 kilograms, and 15 kilograms is my limit. Otherwise, I can injure my back and stuff like that. Have I a six-pack? I don't have a six-pack.
Fine.
No.
I went to take part in that Steambird panel. It turned out to be more interesting than I expected. Not all Fontanians are pessimistic about this. One journalist mentioned that sitting around and waiting for the end to come would be wrong, and that they should make their own rescue preparations. I agreed, so we had a brief chat with her.
I already have trouble, you know, painting my nails just one color. Can I add you on Instagram? You're a very good person. I don't have an Instagram. Yeah, basically the closest to social media that I have is Discord. And hi, Kylan, welcome. Kylan Queen, how are you doing? Welcome, welcome. Well, get a friend to do it. That's the thing. All my friends that do nail polish live in the net. Well, the only friend that I have that actually does it is Revelte, and she doesn't paint her nails that often. So the next one would be, well, Dashi, but he is even worse than me. Because he just paints over my nails and over my finger. Which is okay. The cleaning isn't too hard. I mean, I only can do it. Oh, with a friend. Oh, like that, yeah. When it's warm, I have to chill in underwear. For me, it depends. I still like wearing hoodies. So even if it's warm, I still wear a hoodie. Even right now, I just like also have blankets around me. So I also have a blanket around me, even though it's 28 degrees. Yeah.
Did she have pink hair by any chance?
Why, yes. It was Charlotte. I assume you've heard of her, no? That daredevil journalist?
Oh, Charlotte, yeah.
Full support of her view. Prophecies are very important, but how can people allow their lives to be commandeered by just a few words?
That's right! Paimon's glad to hear something sensible for once.
Wait,
yes.
want something sensible from Mona once?
Before. I did try, but I'm afraid I couldn't reach the old hag. I'll try again tonight, but I wouldn't get your hopes up.
Actually, somebody already came over.
Huh?
There.
Goodness gracious. Are you serious?
I believe she came to pass a message to us.
She said that even the god's gaze has blind spots. Pretty bold if you ask Paimon.
Too much information. You love my too much information, Steve.
Right?
The Hexen Circle members are certainly anything but ordinary.
Or
As for the
kids.
mage named N, the old hag has mentioned her a few times. She said that N's sense of direction is incredible, and that she loves guiding those who are lost. But I've never met her, and if she were still alive, she'd be... Well, suffice it to say that the hag's at least a few hundred now, and N's been around for longer than that.
Uh-oh.
Whoa. The Hexen Circle sounds like a scary group. But they must really stay in shape to live so long.
They work out every day.
Pretty terrifying. If she came to see you personally, then the problem you're facing must truly be of great importance.
Well, it's not like Paimon could understand anything she said.
Yes, she was quite cryptic, but I suspect she means that there is still a way to turn things around. She didn't say when or what that would be, though, so... Perhaps it is something that you cannot know right now.
There are questions that make me very uncomfortable. Make sure to always tell people your limit. Somebody asks you a question that you don't want to answer, tell them, I don't want to answer that. I don't feel comfortable with that. And that's okay. I myself have that rule as well. Like, my rule is always everybody can ask any question. But if I don't want to answer it, I don't answer it. The same as you have the right to ask any question, I have the right to not answer any question. But most questions I answer anyway, so. What's the best answer to my question? Could have gotten.
Traveler, Paimon, are you two alright?
Oh, we're fine. We're just a little down right now. It kind of feels like the end is coming, you know?
I see.
Well, it's not
I feel
our
that
end,
same
it's
sense of
Fontaine's end.
desperation too. I guess you could consider me someone who has often witnessed fate. So far as I have seen, it cannot be swayed. But even so, I still hope for and believe in miracles. Astrology is eternal and rational, but fate may not be. It is cruel, but it can also be beautiful. Perhaps that's what En was trying to tell you. Not to lose heart, and to believe that what you are seeing playing out before you is not yet set in stone. I did originally think of steering clear of all this, but I couldn't. Even if this is all futile, I still wish to help everyone. If we don't struggle to the last, then how can we face the end when it comes?
Huh. You do have a point.
There I go, talking about astrological principles again. Sorry about that. The moment I start talking about work-related stuff. I need to get going.
Don't worry about it, Mona.
It
And
was
thank
worth
you.
trying to comfort you, even if only a little. I believe that you'll help those who are struggling in the same way I did.
I hope so.
suppose that might be why we always seem to meet by coincidence.
Paimon feels kind of moved by what Mona said. But also kind of sad, too. Hey, Traveler. Paimon suddenly feels like going outside for a walk. Let's go.
Sounds good. Let's go for a walk.
Let's walk
Who
around
doesn't
the
love
city,
walkies?
shall we? There's a few spots we always like to walk by.
I always like going for walkies. See, this is already my destination. It seems. Boop. This is the way I had to go. I didn't feel like climbing all the way up there and then gliding down again. Let's see, the end of the sewer was to the left here. There's nothing to the right. And then the next left should be the exit. Ah, yes. We're all working on the pipes and stuff. I also need stamina for this. I don't feel like doing this climb. You know what? I'm not gonna do it. I didn't need to make that walk apparently, but you could just teleport. You know, walking all or climbing all the way up. High court, very dangerous area.
Huh?
I have the test results. Oh, what are your test results?
What's going
Maybe we are famous.
Let Paimon see! The underwater stronghold, the Fortress of Meripede, has continued in its noble autonomy, but that does not mean that others cannot interact with it. My recent attempts to
Lazy
enter the
Doggo.
fortress
Yes,
bore little
I like
fruit.
being lazy.
Huh. Guess Charlotte still hasn't given up on that. Thus, did an Outlander friend become the focus of this report. A blonde adventurer with their white fairy, legends trailing in their wake. It is said that this mysterious traveler once visited the underwater fortress.
Yes, we did.
So while the fortress's interior remains a mystery behind closed doors, do not fear, for the tales of the traveler contain surprises in spades. Journalist Charlotte's biggest scoop yet, the Traveler's Trail, World Walker. Huh.
Ooh, that sounds
Charlotte
awesome.
took so many awesome photos of us and we never even noticed her. She hasn't been able to get a hold of anything at the fortress, so since we're easier to find, she's using us as the subject matter instead?
That sure seems to be the case.
Ugh, seriously? Well, fine. Those headlines and photos do look cool, so Paimon will forgive her this time.
I do like the name of the World Walker. Wait, what do we have finished in here? Oh, it's the commission stuff, yeah. We're already at 50 times. That's insane, that's a lot.
We're here! Paimon's hungry. Should we go in and get something to eat?
But what are your test results, Steven? 100% dummy. You make me sad with the test set. Aww.
Hey, quick! Look! That's the limited edition only 16 slices a day cake!
Ooh. It hasn't already sold out
So
today.
delicious the last time we tried it! Despite the tense situation we were in, let's give it another go. I'm sure it'll be great!
We can't let anybody
One
ahead of
slice
us.
of cake, please. Someone showed up after all! Oh, wait, you're the one from the Palais Mermonia.
Oh, are you here to buy cake too? It seems Monsieur Nervalette was right. You really can eat.
Wait, did he really say something like that?
That's right. Even he has his own preferences when it comes to food. As for me, I love the cake and coffee here.
Do you come
Fair
here
enough.
often?
Usually every day.
Every day?
It's part of my daily schedule, apart from work. I shall have my cake and coffee.
Fair enough.
Then what if someone told you one day that this place would be closing soon, and you wouldn't get to eat cake here anymore? What would you think?
But why would it close?
Well, Paimon doesn't know either, but maybe the waters will rise tomorrow. You know, like in the prophecy.
Oh, the prophecy. To be honest, I haven't paid much attention to that. No, still, even if there'd be no more cake tomorrow, that wouldn't keep me from having some today. No, it's the same for eating in general. You might not be able to eat tomorrow, but if you can do so today, then you should carry on. That's what people call living, you know.
I like it. I kind of like that perspective.
Don't be sad. Excuse me, could I have 2 more slices of cake to go? These 2 slices are for you. Sijuin said that this kind of expression you're making is what humans call being sad.
Oh, you know Sijuin?
96
do.
dominant and
She was born
87%
before me,
degrading.
and she
Oof.
sometimes comes to the surface to teach us things about humans. She said that humans are creatures
Yes.
that are saddened easily, yes, and you can only lift their spirits by feeding them delicious food.
86
So
rigor.
please try
Oh,
the cakes here.
I'm a rope bunny
I've
as
got
well.
something else to do, so I'll be going now. You two try to stay in a good mood after eating, all right? Bye.
The rigor is the one that, you know, ties up the rope bunny, right?
And there she goes. All right, let's dig in. Paimon's sure this cake will be delicious.
It sure will. You share a glance with Paimon and scarf the cake down.
More delicious than last time. And the flavor gets even better with a sip of tea. It sure would be nice if we could come again tomorrow. Sure would be nice if
Maybe
we
I
could
shall
always
travel
eat
to the
delicious
Netherlands.
food here.
Yeah, but where to the Netherlands, huh? Just for the Kibling. And Kibling is nice. Oh, I should get some Kibling soon. The thing is, I should buy these. I get pretty quickly, you know, done with the flavor of Kibling because of how fatty it is. Because, well, it's fried, so. Or not fatty, oily, like the fat in the oil. Gives me a little bit of a weird taste, like after eating a few of them. Yeah. But I also have that with spare ribs. The percentage can be. Oh god, wait. Let me see if I have to look all this stuff up on my phone, but if I go to my test with Dashi there. Chat with Dashi. Search. BBS.
Just help yourselves.
It's a top bingo. Why can't I find that one? Oh wait, I think these are my results actually. No, that's select mode. That's not results. Wait. I have them somewhere here. I love the fried clams. Worth a national sauce. Fair enough, the sauces. The clams are okay. I wouldn't call them my favorite, however. But they're okay. Let's see, back. Okay, then it was media. Then I have to scroll back a lot because it's been a while ago. Maybe I'll just redo the test once I can. So maybe that would be next stream. Could be fun. Let's see if I can find it. Actually, we're gonna have a scene play in the background. Like in your younger days?
Oh, we're near the Seabird office. Let's go look for Charlotte and have a chat.
Wait, where? Did the quest just decided not to select itself? Yeah, that's weird. Wait. She's involved in another quest. I can't do it. We have to do a lot of side stories now. Oops. Oh no, it includes Xing. So this is the only one that we have to do for that. We have to do book stuff. I'm not even close to where the test results are. Dashi and I sent way too many images to each other. And we're way too many. I mean, way too many. Like, I've been scrolling back a lot now, and I'm about 2 months back. Go to Qing Village and visit the Qing of the Night. I'm gay. Well, it's not even, you know, gay images. It's just images. Funny images, memes, and cute images. He likes sending me the image of me sleeping when I was hugged up with the Blahai. He loves sending that one. I think I have like 6-7 copies of that one now. A lot of lovey-dovey gifts. This was from when he was here. You don't know what a Blahai is? I wish I could show you.
Smiting me to smithereens.
Well, I can't click different buttons now, so Sally can't show you. Excuse me, are you Qing Denai?
Uh-huh. And what do you want? Come on, spit it out.
But just look it up. The Blahai is the shark from IKEA.
We've got tons of old books lying around, and we want to borrow the Liyue volume of the Teyvat Travel Guide.
Huh. Don't get me started on the topic of my books.
Okay, why not?
After the chasm was sealed off, the family mining business started going south. Then the Fatui started working to sabotage me. To pay off my debts, I had no choice but to pawn off my beloved book collection. Every last book. Do you have any idea what that means?
No more books. You're sad you've got nothing to read now? You're bored now because you have nothing to read?
That was my life's work. I devoted my entire life
Hello,
to
bodybuilder.
curating,
Hi,
collecting,
welcome.
caring
Welcome
for
back.
them. And now they're gone. Gone, I tell you. It's useless ranting and raving at you like this. All I can do is try to save enough Mora to buy them back. Unless you have other business here, I'm done talking to you. Goodbye. Off you go. Go on, go.
Somebody's
Please
cranky.
tell me that you didn't pawn Volume 6 of Legend of the Shattered Halberd.
Legend of the Shattered Halberd. There's a title I haven't heard in a long time. You have good taste, my boy.
That was when I was in Canada.
We don't?
That work was an epic-defining masterpiece. Granted, it was almost unknown at the time it was published, but over time it was the work that came to define the genre of martial arts novels and sparked a plethora of imitation works. Barely any copies of the first edition were ever printed.
The later edition inexplicably went out of print, almost as soon as it was released. A shame, given what it allegedly added to the original story.
Yes, that's right. How did I forget? The original edition's 6th volume of that work is so rare.
Do I have an
I could
earpiece?
never bring myself to pawn it no matter how much
I
needed the
do,
money.
yes.
You mean you still have it?
Well, I used to. I don't think. Wait,
Yes.
let me feel.
It is my one and only remaining treasure.
Yeah, no, it's not grown.
Hey, Chang.
So I have had my earpiece since I have been 3 years old. And I've had an earring since until I was, I think, 20. So for a long time. And so yeah, that hole never will close anymore. So I now have a small hole, but I stopped wearing the earring because with some of the sports that I did, I had to either tape it up or things like that. And I have a tendency to lose it. And it's not a cheap earring. Like, it's pure gold with a ruby in it. With a boat, a lighthouse, and an anchor. Because that's what that's also the same earring my dad has. So it's pure gold and all that type of stuff. An expensive earring. And I almost lost it once, so I was like, okay, I'm not going to wear that anymore because I don't want to lose it. And I never actually put in another earring. I don't know if I would put another earring in. Maybe I would do it at some point.
You've got some nerve keeping me and my boss waiting like this. I need an answer. Will you sell the Corlapis or not? I'm sure you don't need me to remind you that if you mess with Gentry Moutsai, you're messing with the Fatui.
Oh, you again. But you know I can't afford to give a 70% discount on the price. I'd never be able to buy my collection back.
That's your business. The question is, do you want your books, or do you want food on your plate? Perhaps you'd like to take your books with you to an early grave.
You...
Whoa there, friend. Come on. This gentleman is either willing to make a deal or he's not. You can't force him to sell against his will.
Just who do you think you are? Keep your nose out of other people's business.
My liege, I am but one who comes to the aid of this gentleman in his moment of need. I am Tsingcho, disciple of the Guhua clan.
Oh, I found it. I found that image. You have a nipple piercing? Wow. Okay. So I'll read it off for now. This is from 2023, so maybe some of my stuff changed a little bit. But I'm 100% a rope bunny, 99% submissive, 98% bratty, 90% prey, 88% slave, 87% vanilla, 87% degrade, 85% pet. And then it just goes down really quickly with 55% experimentalists. And I'm 19% the switch. So I told you I'm a switch. For 19%. Oops. I'm 0% master / mistress. Give you the test, I'll send it to you as well. If I, was able to click anywhere else, I probably would have, done the test on stream right now. But let me just send you the link. No, that's TikTok. I want Discord. Discord, there. Wait, I probably should save the image so I can compare them later on. There. I saved it. That way I don't have to scroll back again. Then I look for forward. Oh, now I have to talk in the meanwhile.
Guhua clan? Did you hear this clown? He thinks he's a Guhua master in this day and age. Oh,
Okay,
there
kinda
was
rude.
me thinking the last granddads of Guhua had keeled over and died by now. Who were you supposed to be then, huh? Some sort of Guhua messiah?
Justice is blind to our backgrounds, my friend. That just makes me someone trying to do the right thing. But you? The weasel who does the tiger's bidding may be less powerful than his master, but he is no less guilty.
Get a load of
There we
this
go.
guy. Just you wait. You'll be sorry you crossed
Vibrating.
me.
I've
And
never
you,
heard of
Chang, you're selling that core lapis whether you like it or
that.
not.
That sounds interesting.
Oh, how the wolves prey upon the fallen tiger.
So, just to come back to what we were talking about earlier, could I get a yay or nay about borrowing that book?
2 words. Situational
What
awareness.
does it matter now? I can't expect anybody to care about me anymore.
3 long
Oh,
years I have
I clicked
waited
on
for this
accident.
day. Words cannot express my gratitude. I, Xingqiu, vow to repay this great act of generosity.
All right, give it a rest. Just bring it back when you're finished. Sorry, but I'm not about to put my hopes in some self-professed Guhua disciple.
Hey, where are you going? We've still got a job to do over here.
Wait, what's the job? Go to Shinkyu. Seems like Shinkyu is needed in a lot of quests. And that's why I can't do a lot of quests. And boop. There he is.
So, you like reading, huh? Mr. 5-second hero?
Oh, amazing! I never saw that coming.
Hello? Xingqiu? Anybody in there?
No wonder this book is so highly sought after.
That guy back at the Xing the Ninth was pretty bossy. The bossy guy back at it sounds like he was working for a general.
How can they bully poor old Chang the Ninth like this? Forcing him to sell his ore for dirt cheap? It's daylight robbery, pure and simple.
You and I have to find a way to help him. So I guess we're scrapping operations.
Why do you give up on your book search so lightly?
Oh, so now you can hear what we're saying.
The reason I borrowed this book is that it would be a real pity if Chang the Ninth ended up having to pawn it. And I meant every word I said to Chang the Ninth. I will return his act of kindness. It is the just thing to do. I will be custodian of this book, and I will also help find a way to buy back the rest of his collection.
You already have a plan, don't you?
Of course I do. An initial plan, anyway. I still need to work out the details. Give me a second to reflect. It shan't take but a moment.
You're still here? What is this, a game to you? You think no one's really gonna get hurt? I gotta hand it to the Goofball clan. What you lack in numbers and talent, you make up for in guts. Oh, I'm sorry. Did I say Goofball Clan? I meant Goohua Clan. That's what you goofballs call it, right?
There's a saying that goes, the insect that shakes the oak tree ludicrously overestimates its ability.
Quit quoting proverbs at me, you buffoon.
Please leave this place. I will not tolerate an attempt to coerce an honest trader, especially when the one you seek to threaten is one to whom I owe a debt of gratitude.
It's cute that you want to stick your neck out for Chang and all. But you picked the wrong time, you little punk. I brought the Fatui to back me up. A whole army of you and your little Guhua buddies wouldn't be able to help you now.
Wait, why did he need to bring an army of Fatui if he...
chosen makes me no stranger to conflict. Why should I cower in the face of evil?
Oh, great speech. But now it's time for you to learn your lesson.
Ooh. Okay, this should be easy.
Here to play with me?
But, especially because it's raining, that will make it even easier. We just get vaporized every single time. We're guaranteed vaporized, so...
Witness
Boop,
my
ultimate.
rise. Transfixed.
Of course, we also have to play as him a little bit.
Ring cutter.
Ring cutter. And there she goes. Easy peasy.
I thought that was just a regular pendant you were wearing, not a vision. You won this round, but you better watch your back. This isn't over.
Would it be too much to hope they've learned their lesson?
More than Gua meets the eye, huh?
No, you misunderstand. That fellow has a foul mouth, to be sure. But his assessment of the state of the Guhua clan is, well, not exactly incorrect, I suppose. Though I long to restore Guhua to its former glory, it is no easy task.
They've gone for now, but they'll be back looking to cause more trouble before long.
I'll see
yes,
to it
they
that
are.
no harm comes to those who show me kindness. There is a just and unjust way to do business. And I will ensure the matter is resolved It's not like the Fatui to pick sides in a business dispute. But the confident demeanor of their errand boy suggests there is substance to his words. There must be a deeper level of collusion at work here. He mentioned Gentry Mautai. I know this name. He has a stately residence in Liyue Harbor. Maybe the two of you could go and investigate.
That idea works, but what are you gonna do?
Me? I have other things to look into. Let me see. Let us meet at Yujing Terrace in Liyue Harbor in a bit.
You really have stuff to do? Are you sure you're not just using us as your errand runners?
We could have gone
So
running
that's
errands, I
how that
guess.
turned out. This whole passage is just extraordinary.
This guy is so annoying. Paimon just wants to slap him right in his stupid
Thinking
face.
stances may not be swift, but it will surely come.
Fine. But, as per tradition, Paimon gets to pick an ugly nickname for him. From now on, he shall be known as... Guhua Geek.
Aw, that's kind of funny. I like the name.
You
Go
go
on,
first.
geek.
No need to wait for me. One more page and I'll...
And then you'll set your legs. Yeah. Up. We're gonna be lazy anyways. Teleport here. Wait, we have 2 teleport points now? Or are we just able to go on with the story now that we don't need him anymore for a bit? Wait, I'm curious. If I go now to my questing. Is this the quest we went? No, that's not the main story one. Wait, which one is the main story one? That we were playing as? That's Steambird. Investigate the area and run into some locations. About your sibling, and Paimon decided to fish. That's not it. Steambird. That's the one from that we were stuck at that we couldn't do. Wait, is it? Now I'm so confused. It might not be then. This one. I might have just done totally the wrong quest. I think that's the case, that I totally did the wrong one. Because, yeah. Oh, I see what I did wrong. I was supposed to do this quest. Complete the quest to unlock city reputation from Fontaine. Ooh. What kind of creature is Paimon? Good question. I have no idea. A Paimon is just Paimon. I guess. That's the best answer I can give you. I hope the quest shouldn't be too hard.
Keep up.
Hi there. Truly spectacular weather. It's the only weather that... I don't feel like reading. I'm lazy. I need somebody just to read for me. Boop. 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 Only 7% world exploration. BRB, of course, take your time, Steven. Blah, 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 blah. There's a problem. We need to do something. No need for an interview. There we go. That was all we needed to do.
Wow! If it isn't the Traveler and Paimon! Oh, have you seen the article I wrote about you?
Ha! You've got some nerve! You just used us to make some quick mora!
Can we negotiate a profit split?
Oh, you needn't worry about that. I heard that you were in Poisson some time back, so I sent you a letter to discuss just that. It appears you didn't receive it, though. It's all right, though. I've set aside the amount intended for you. I've even set the table with some food.
Really? Oh, you're the best!
You're almost a little too easy to win over, Paimon. If I were a journalist with ulterior motives, you'd be in trouble now, you know.
Oh, Paimon knows you're not like that.
Still, what brings you here all of a sudden?
Ooh, the guy in the
You
background
looking
with
for
the purple suit. I like it.
A friend of ours met you a while back, and when she mentioned it, we thought of coming to see you. Her name's Mona.
Ah, so you know Miss Mona as well. She's a guest columnist for our paper. Really good one, too. She's so young and already such a brilliant astrologist. So she mentioned me? What did she say?
She said that you're a real daredevil of a journalist.
Nice.
Fair enough.
In which case, can this daredevil journalist dare to request an exclusive interview with the legendary Traveler and Paimon?
Huh? So your article in the paper today doesn't count?
Oh,
Nope.
Of course it doesn't. That was more like live photography. What I'd like to do is dive deeper and ask you to talk about the things you've seen and experienced.
You seriously want to interview me?
Yeah, are we even qualified enough?
Why not? If I say you're worth an interview, then you're worth it. But not right now, of course. I'll need a few days to prepare.
Oh.
Yeah, fair
in
enough.
that case, we'll just chat when you have the time then?
Oh, so that's a yes? Ooh, splendid! I'll tell the editor-in-chief immediately. I'll have to apply for lighting, a venue, some props, and... Whew, so much to get done now.
Just
Talk to you
fumbling on.
later.
Wait, Charlotte, Paimon's still got a question for you.
And what's
Oh,
that?
okay, I thought she was gone already.
If, just for example, Fontaine were to be flooded tomorrow, what would you do today?
Huh. That's the prophecy you're talking about, isn't it? I mean, I do hear about it often, but I've never once thought that the day could be tomorrow.
if you're seriously asking, then I might try and think of a way to leave Fontaine. Oh, but I'm still a journalist first and foremost. That means I have a duty to be reporting from the scene. And secondly, I wouldn't forsake my homeland that easily. From what I've seen, most people don't know what they'd do should the worst come to pass. In truth, it might be better just to behave like normal rather than worry over such an end. So in all likelihood, I'd probably still be prepping at the office for that interview of ours. I know what you're thinking.
And 90% was just
but I
answering
always
no.
believe that it's best to do
It's
what
okay.
you enjoy. Just think about it. If this nation really were to be suddenly destroyed tomorrow, but I still successfully finish an exclusive interview with a truly unique person, then the story I would wind up writing would truly be timeless. And then do you know what I'd do? Well, I'd write that story, send it for printing, and use messenger pigeons to get copies out to the various nations as soon as possible. I'm not a dreamer, nor am I a workaholic, but I do love my job, and I'd be proud of leaving such an article behind. I guess you could say that I was born to be a journalist. But anyway, that's my answer. And on that note, I'll get back to my preparations.
Sounds good.
That's so nice. All of a sudden, Paimon actually kinda envies her. Anyway, let's go and take a look at the sea, shall we?
Sounds good to me.
The sea breeze and scenery can be a pretty soothing combo, huh? Paimon's been thinking.
Yeah. Yes.
If it wasn't Fontaine, but all of Tevat that would be destroyed tomorrow, where would we go and what would we do? No, Paimon should ask, if you could choose, what would you like to do?
If I could choose, huh? It's just like Charlotte said, suddenly considering what to do is pointless.
We've always been moving to the next destination, so we haven't spent much time thinking about these kinds of things. We didn't have to either, with us always being on the road and whatnot.
Fair enough. Until that moment comes, I think I'll keep journeying on.
Still traveling?
Yeah, cherishing them every single moment. That I have to look up on this world.
Huh. Wait, isn't that what we've always been doing?
That's what we've always been doing. The banter goes back and forth between you two. Of you as time slips by, as night falls, you return to your accommodation and end this busy day. And thank you for the head pats. The next few days are just calm. Charlotte comes to find you and conducts the interview in the Spina di Rosella safe house at the current. Now, having finished her business in Poison, even dropped by a photo of the two of you. It well goes well. And hydrate, of course, I'll hydrate. Boop. There we go.
Feels like you'll grow mold if you stay here long enough.
That's also not good.
But it's still better than the Fortress of Mirapede, that's for sure. It's not only damp there, but salty too.
Ah, so the two of you are still here. Wonderful.
Oh, you're from the Palais Mermonia, aren't you?
Yes, I'm Isadora. Monsieur Nervillet sent me to look for you two before. I heard that afterward you went to the Fortress of Meropide.
So you're under the impression that we might be wanted criminals?
Not at all. I'm well aware that you're friends of his. Actually, I'm here to pass along a message from him.
Let's hear it.
Inside the Opera House. The Maréchaussée Phantom has declared the incident a small-scale riot.
A riot?
Oh?
Well, that said, I don't personally think it was that serious. Lady Farina was watching a performance at the Opera House, And while she was resting during an intermission, some other audience members suddenly started harassing her, loudly accusing her of doing nothing about the prophecy crisis. And before she could respond, others started to join in. The crowd continued to grow, and protests against the Hydro Archon started to break out.
So people have started to put the blame on Furina. Guess they finally found an outlet for the pressure they've been under due to the prophecy.
Yeah.
I agree. People will naturally rely on gods, as is customary. But the moment people feel threatened, gods are also the first to be blamed.
So what happened after that? Is Furina okay?
Seeing that the situation was spiraling
Another
out of
drink.
control and that
I'll
further
drink again.
argument was pointless, she claimed that she'd gotten tired of this and left in a hurry. The Marechaussee Phantom had their hands full maintaining order and did not catch where Lady Furina had gone. Only when things had stabilized did we realize that she had gone missing.
So, you mean she's still missing?
That's right. The
You torture
Marechaussee
me.
has
You
dispatched
can try.
many people to search for her, but we don't have any leads yet. That said, I don't think there's much to worry about. She is a god after all. Even if she were to fall into the hands of rioters, what could ordinary people do to her?
I think I understand the situation. Thank you.
Good. Monsieur Navidad sent me to tell you about the situation, but he didn't say anything else.
I didn't say anything
Don't worry,
bad.
this is more than enough to go on. Thanks for keeping us informed.
Ah, is that so? Well, all right then. In that case, you two take care. I'll be heading back to the Palais now.
Well, sounds like we should hurry over to Poisson then.
You sure calling quick?
Furina, she won't try to fix things in this situation. Instead, she'll look for a place to wait out the heat.
From Smash
And
Mods.
as we also know,
Oh,
she
you
may
asked
be
for
loud
it.
and
Big
dramatic,
difference.
but she doesn't have a heart of stone. When Nervalet was talking to her in the Palais Mermonia, and she heard about Poisson, she couldn't hide her sadness and remorse. It would be hard for her to ignore being accused by the public today. Paimon thinks Furina's probably taken the opportunity to slip away to Poisson and try to relieve the sense of guilt that she's feeling. Huh. Well, what do you think? Paimon knows the answer, of course, but Paimon can do the analysis to back it up too. Cool, huh?
It seems becoming a detective done some good.
In that case, there's not a moment to lose. Poisson, here we come!
Poisson. Where's Poisson? I guess that's where Poisson is. Boop.
This place looks deserted. Guess all the survivors must have evacuated already. All that's left here are signs of devastation. Could Furina really be here? Let's try to find her as soon as...
There she is.
That's Furina, right over there. She
Stay
really
quiet
is
for
here
now.
all on her own.
Should I just give up? This is all meaningless. What was meant to happen did happen after all. Everyone's dead.
Oh.
I'm sorry.
I can't.
I'm so sorry.
This might be a small problem.
Give up, Furina. There's no point in holding out. I'm sorry. But what can I even do other than to repeat meaningless apologies over and
Taxi
over?
manager. Okay, I can actually go in my phone there. Boop. Marina.
Who's that?
There we
Don't
go.
worry, Furina. It's
Just leave the bot.
So, it is you, blonde traveler from another land. Why, I almost thought you were someone from that mob of my ignorant subjects, come to kneel and beg for my forgiveness.
Farina, you were crying just now, weren't you? The tear stains on your face are obvious.
What do you mean, tear stains? Oh, I remember. The show at the Opera House earlier this morning was so moving. I'm still trying to process it. Who did that uncivilized rabble think they were, disturbing my enjoyment of the arts? They even dare to tout their archon. I must teach them a lesson.
Oh.
I can just imagine their twisted and frustrated faces once they realize that I'm nowhere to be found. Oh, and I'm sure Nouvellette and those people from the Maréchaussée Phantom are freaking out right next to them too.
Stop trying to act tough. You're actually beyond devastation right now, aren't you?
Of course not.
Hey, there she is! The Hydro Archon's over there! Quick, after her!
Farina, those people seem to be after you.
They are? They're just some rabid fans who want to cut the line because they haven't been able to meet me in person, aren't they? That's against the rules. I can't let them get their way.
Farina just ran off.
Well, of course she ran off.
Catch up with her.
We actually also never have seen her use any Animo or a Hydro power. Like any sign of it, any, you know... anything for that matter.
This should be the place, right?
Drink one sip for you? Of course I'll drink a sip for you.
There's a good hiding spot over here. Quick, come to Paimon before the rest of them catch up to you.
What is this place?
Hurry, they're almost here.
Fine. I suppose haste is warranted. Lead the way.
Thank you for the pet, Steven. Wait, what? Why did Ticket never die? Oh, wait, because I jumped down, so I still received the fall damage. Okay, I get it. You still received the fall damage.
Paimon's exhausted.
Furry unite, yes. Hi, James. How are you doing? Welcome,
I'm
welcome.
so tired. I totally thought they had caught me. No, I mean, I merely gave in to the sheer enthusiasm they displayed.
This place is not what I'd call soundproof. We might want to lower your voice to stay hidden.
You're right. Yep, that's a good girl.
I'm great at you. I'm doing good. Had an interesting day today. Broke a lot of stuff.
Is it an earthquake?
Another disaster just struck
Yeah,
us.
a quake of this kind preceded the flooding in Poisson, didn't it?
It can't be. It's happening again.
Well, there's no need to worry too much about that. Nouvellette's made some emergency plans, so the evacuation should go a lot smoother this time.
Yeah, I
Stuff
hope
like
you're
what?
right.
I broke the drone. I had a drone and I brought it out for a friend of mine. She comes all the way from England, so I said, you know what, I'll bring it with me. You can fly it a bit. So she flew it a bit. And then I also wanted to test some stuff, like a little bit of movement mostly. And I forgot to change the settings. Because we were flying pretty high when I let her fly, so she doesn't accidentally hit trees. So I let her fly at about 150 meters up high. And then all went well, it all went good. Like the camera is really sharp, really nice, so it all was pretty fun. And then I lowered the drone. And I forgot to change it to the normal or cinematic mode because I was flying around trees, so you want it slower, so you put it on normal or cinematic. Cinematic is just slow mode. And I was flying around and I realized, oh wait, I might have it too fast. But just when I was thinking, okay, I might have it too fast, I went to the left. The problem was on the left was a tree. But because it goes so fast, it can go up to 30 kilometers. And I realized it was going fast. I tried to counter-react, but it was already too late and it got stuck in a tree. So that one broke a little bit. And then just when the stream started, this actually, like if you watch back later on, if you watch the stream back, you'll hear me almost curse. And I accidentally dropped water over my keyboard and my mouse. And the keyboard is fine. The mouse didn't react well. Even now, I still have problems, but it is manageable. And yeah, so the mouse didn't react at all. So what I did is I put it in front of my heater because I have a heating system. But it gets really, really hot. I hold it there a little bit too long, and now the mouse is just a little bit melted. But it's working somewhat. I just can't click other stuff than the game. For some reason, only the game works. The mouse works on the game. As soon as I tap out, the mouse doesn't work anymore. I can still move it, I just can't click for some reason. I don't know why the clicking doesn't work. But I can play, I can stream, and after the stream, I'll figure out what goes wrong and I'll fix it, hopefully. Or I have to buy a new mouse, and yeah. It's a shame, this was not a cheap mouse, though. Like, this was I think this price was $50. I don't know how expensive it is. But yeah, that's the stuff I broke today.
But the people of Poisson, they've already...
You need a mouse guaranteed? Yeah. Well, that's the thing. Like, in December, I'm gonna move to Canada. And I'm gonna buy a whole new setup, and I was gonna buy a new mouse then. If this mouse still works, like if I can fix it, it might just be because a mouse was plugged in, out, in, out, in, out, in, out, because I plugged in and out a lot. Then I used a draw tablet. Then I used the controller. Then I used something else. It might be that the software is a little bit confused. That's what I'm hoping for. That the game maybe has priority for some reason. And that something went wrong. And that the mouse is still usable because I can still move around and I can still click. So you can see I can move around. If I click, then I go to the next page. But yeah, if that's the case, then I'll just hold out until December. And I'll buy a whole new setup. Like I'll buy a new PC, monitors, mouse, keyboard, headset. I will keep this mic because this mic was expensive. This mic was what? 400, I think, a total. Something like that. I don't know for sure. Or 300, maybe. I'm not sure. I'd have to look it up. It's been way too long. Of course, thank you. Has Rooney finally reached her limit? Now that she's thinking about her actual feelings, she's starting to look less stiff. You begin to talk among yourself as Veneria slowly calms down.
I've been investigating the prophecy for hundreds of years. I once had informants all over Teyvat, searching for clues and feeding information back to me. I've tried all kinds of ways, too, to hold back the sea. Anything to keep the coastline from advancing.
Oh, $400. I don't like cheese.
All my efforts proved to be futile in the end. Really, the truth has been clear to me for a very long time.
Also, funny thing, when Dash was here, I actually bought a wheel. Like, not a big wheel, but we have big wheels and we have small wheels. This wheel, I think, was 2 kilograms, 2.5 kilograms. Of Gouda cheese, because they wanted it. I don't like cheese, nope. I'm a Dutch person, known for cheese and fish, that doesn't like cheese. That's also one of the reasons I moved to Canada, because I keep being called a fake Dutchie. Bad Dutch, bad.
We cannot make an enemy of the divine. No matter what we do, the will of the heavenly principles will have its way, and the prophecy shall be fulfilled.
That tastes like nothing. I just don't like cheese. But even then, you still haven't given up, right?
Give up. I do love the sound of that phrase.
Raw
It would
cheese
mean
smells.
finally coming to
I have
terms with
taste.
fate.
Fair enough.
But also,
And you love cheese?
for me to
Bleh.
finally be free.
Everyday cheese on the bread. Fair enough. I know a lot, like, of course I live in the Netherlands, so everybody in the Netherlands likes cheese, except me. But from what I've heard, cheese can be really good. And especially because there's a lot of variation. Like you have old cheese, young cheese, old Amsterdam, which a lot of people like here. The old Amsterdam. It's a little bit more expensive, but it's luxury. But that would also mean that all hopes would disappear. And chocolate sprinkles, yes, the hagelslag.
Indeed. I've thought about giving up so many times. Especially after we almost lost Poisson. Fate is really unreasonable, isn't it? It has no heart and obeys no rules. The prophecy has only just started to come true, and so many people have already lost their lives. But just now, it all became clear to
Old
me.
Amsterdam is really expensive,
I
yes.
still don't have the right to come to terms with fate on behalf of everyone else.
Not only that, it's also somewhat hard to cook with. It is made for bread stuff, but some people really like it on hamburgers. And the way that I found out is the easiest way to cook with it is if you make a hamburger, you know, you have that in the pan as such, and it goes all well. What I do, because I still cook with it, it does well. Well, here's the trick. I put it on top of the hamburger, and then I grab a lid, throw some water in there so it becomes really steamy, and I put a lid on top. That way you basically steam the cheese, and that will make it a little bit more melty. So it's a little bit easier to work with. That's the best advice I could give for that. For working with Old Amsterdam.
As long as the final moment hasn't come, it's still not too late. Don't worry. I will keep hope alive for everyone until the very end. Well, that's enough for now. I got the impulse to play the stricken maiden, but honestly, considering my rank and station, that wasn't a good fit at all.
Seriously?
Don't take any
That's
of
good,
what
yeah.
I just said seriously. How could I possibly let Fontaine fall to the whims of trivial prophecy?
Come on! Paimon could
I
have
would
sworn
recommend
you
trying
were
it out.
actually being honest just now.
We're running out of time. We can't just go back to square one like this. I have to get more information out of here. But Nari, you might not have to shoulder this burden alone. Although I don't know what you might be keeping from everybody, your people are more than willing to share your burden with you.
My burden. That's impossible. It was fated right from the start that this would be my duty alone.
But even if your burden doesn't need to be shared, you can still choose to confide in someone. Just share it with me. I'm what you call a witness.
A witness? Yes. I've heard that you came to Tevat from beyond the stars, yes.
Exactly.
In other words, you never belonged here. And if Tevat is, in its entirety, a show on a stage, then you're just a spectator,
Exactly.
aren't you? If that's the case...
Need to go have fun with the stream. Okay, James, have a beautiful day, have a beautiful night. Good luck. There's no time left. Please, Fatuli, just spit it out. Ooh, cutscene. I love the animations. Wait, what? She was about to tell us. Why do this?
Ladies and gentlemen, this concludes my opening performance.
I think they should have waited.
Now, without further ado, we may proceed to the trial of our god.
So this is what it is. Yes, you deserve praise for the effort you took to raise the dramatic stakes. Do not forget, however, that I am Focalor, the god of justice, the embodiment of justice itself. Does it not strike you as even the least bit absurd to bring the very concept of justice to trial?
May I interpret these words as your refusal to stand trial? In that case, you will have the opportunity to defend your honor through a duel.
Ooh. They're really driving her in a corner.
Against a god?
I see.
Oh, I do like
It
Chlorine,
seems
though.
like you have made up your mind.
She's a bad influence on Paimon. Nah, we'll be nice to her.
Paimon can't believe it. She just surrendered.
What the heck is going on? Did I just see an Archon surrender to a human?
Wow, how utterly humiliating.
Lady Farina, what is the meaning of this?
It would seem that there has been a misunderstanding. To be clear, the raising of both hands is not always an indication of surrender.
Looking for excuses again, huh?
I raised my hands just now to indicate my acceptance of the trial. No duel shall be necessary. I will admit that I've been running away for a long time. I'm sorry, everyone. I was unable to protect the people of Poisson. It is my duty to stand trial for my crimes. You are not the only ones to be disappointed in me. I, too, am exceedingly disappointed in myself.
Aww.
But now, it is time for the Hydro
We've had a lot of
Archon
quests
to show
lately.
you her
Yeah, we're in the
courage
land
and
of
resolve.
justice.
I, Farina, will use this trial to show the world the true meaning of justice. This time, I will protect you. Applaud and rejoice. One of the most outrageous and fantastical arcs known to the opera epiclese is now unfolding before your eyes. Mark my words.
Insane in the membrane.
This shall
Yes.
be one of the most exhilarating and brilliant shows ever to grace the stage of Fontaine. The trial of the Hydro Archon, Focalor, will now begin!
Woohoo! Excited audience member.
Now we're making history.
I mean, it's pretty smart making a show out of it.
Took over the whole thing. Like, come on! Didn't she just get forced to stand trial for her crimes? Also, even though she's still acting super dramatic, she is taking this seriously this time, right?
All right, then. Who will be my opponent in this trial?
The court asks the prosecutor to please take the stand.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Is that so? Very well. Then please speak, witness of Tivat, my accuser and fated opponent.
Oh, now I think of it, this is the second time we do her in a court. We were so close to getting her to tell us the truth, and it still turned out like this in the end. It's okay though, as long as we can defeat Venura in court, we still have a chance to figure everything out. Oh, this is exciting! Drama!
Also, please allow me to ask, as a final question before the trial begins.
Go ahead. Oh, wait, I don't have auto on.
Just how much work did you do to force me onto this stage?
Well, we did do a lot of prep after the meeting that day.
I can go over the tasks assigned to the Spina di Rosula, since they were rather straightforward and easy.
Navia, the president of the Spina di Rosula.
Most of the people who participated in the disturbance this morning were my subordinates. They changed into plain clothes and came to the Opera House as regular audience members, waiting for the perfect opportunity to incite insurrection against you. The people's resentment against their Archon has been building as more and more of the prophecy is fulfilled. A spark was all we needed to turn smoldering anger into a flame. Moreover, according to our understanding and analysis of you, when something like that occurred, you would likely flee the scene and head to Poisson by yourself. So, we arranged for a second group to lie in wait there.
So, you mean, the ones who scoured the settlement for me were also from the Spina?
And their goal was to force you to step into the giant magic box so you may personally participate in the greatest magic performance in all of Fontanian history.
Fair enough.
That's right. That house was a magic box, rather than someone's residence.
As the super ultimate version of the setup that I used when I first performed at the Opera Epiclese, the volume of the box was increased by a whole order of magnitude, and the distance it traversed was the entire gap between Poisson and Areneas. Its cargo, of course, was an Archon instead of a human. My thanks, Farina. Without your help, we could never have pulled off such an extraordinary performance.
You're welcome?
Of course, this performance was only made possible with Father's support. The House of the Hearth spent a massive amount of labor in Mora to pull this off. We had to select a location, construct the giant magic box, dig a tunnel, and open up a path through the water. It was a lot of work for all of us.
A friend, if mine becomes 30, and my present was a video in the style of the 20th century Fox. But their standards is 30 years in touch.
So, in other words,
that's old.
The earthquake that we felt within the giant magic box was just a normal tremor from the transportation of the whole house?
That's right. It wasn't a sign of another disaster to come.
Sorry about that.
Then, I can guess Nervilette and Cloran's parts. You gathered a crowd, prepared a stage, and made sure that the champion duelist would be immediately ready for a fight. Also that as soon as I appeared on the stage, the trial may commence without a hitch. Am I right?
Yep.
Yes, that is correct.
Well, Clorand, I must commend you for your courage. Only the most outstanding champion duelist in all of Fontaine would accept a duel with an Archon without flinching.
Thank you.
As for you, Traveler, I suppose your role was to keep me distracted with conversation once you found me in Poisson. You'd make sure that I didn't notice anything amiss before revealing yourself as my prosecutor once we'd arrived onto the stage.
You guessed wrong.
Oh?
My mission was to give you one last chance. We hope that you share your secret with us before the magic dog box arrived at stage.
Is that so? Then I suppose I must have missed my final chance. It's fine. It matters not. What's done is done.
Indeed,
the stage
what
is
done
already
done.
set, so there's no reason to disappoint the audience. Let's see this trial through to the very end.
The last trial, the trial of the trials. Yeah, the only thing we can do now is judge the Hydro Archon. Still, I can't help but be a little bit bothered by the conversation earlier. What did Petuni want to say to me right before we arrived on stage?
Sir
Yeah, that was so
Prosecutor,
unlucky.
Please allow me to pass this along. This is a document that Miss Charlotte applied for and received permission to share with you during the trial. According to her,
It should speed up the proceedings.
Huh? Charlotte wanted to give us something? Oh, so she's here too! Hey, Charlotte! Oh, let Paimon see. Isn't this the exclusive interview that she did with us before? So she's already finished it, huh? Wait, then that means this document is a perfect timeline of everything that's happened ever since we stepped foot in Fontaine!
Oh.
So in other words, we can refer to this anthology of evidence every time we want to use something from our journey as evidence for an argument!
It's a super practical gift. I would have never have thought of using it this way.
Let's quickly confirm the information in it. Just think of it as a refresher, alright?
Sounds good.
You defeated the Hydro Archon in the very first duels you took part in at the Opera House. That's one for the history books, all right. I didn't think that you'd wind up getting to the bottom of the case I'd been following all this time. I guess you could also see this as a happy coincidence.
That child got convicted.
This is the first time Monsieur Neuvillette had a difference of opinion with the Oratrice. Even the Hydro Archon can't figure it out.
The meeting with the
But
knave.
the Tui Harbinger. She's an extraordinary person. Her instinct must mean something. The fortress of Meripede was almost destroyed in a single day. That I didn't witness that scene personally will always be a source of professional regret, I think.
The whale
According
on
to
the dream.
Monsieur Neuvillette, both Child and that whale should have been in the primordial sea at that time. I nearly lost my awesome friend Navia. To be honest, that still gives me shivers. The words of someone as extraordinary as a witch can probably only be truly understood when something surreal happens to you.
Yeah, so that's all the information that we have for this case. So here, let's
the
start.
prosecution and the defense are both in position. The trial shall now begin.
Oh, come on, Neuvillette. There's no need to repeat all the unimportant legalese. Just fast forward to the part where the prosecution lays out my offenses. As the defendant and the lead actress of this performance, I still haven't even been informed of my supposed guilt in all of this. Of course, it is only natural for humans to struggle to understand the actions of a god. However, you will need more than that to convict me of a crime.
That's true, but my charge here is unrelated to your conduct as an Archon. Instead, I would like to charge you as a fraud who's never been the Archon in the first place.
Oh.
What was that? Lady Farina's a fraud?
Oh, that is an
Waffle
interesting
barks affectionately. Waffle will miss you too, Stephen. Come back soon. Treats, please.
And you have to go, okay, have a good night, Steven. Have some good rest. Make sure to sleep well and drink enough water. Have a good night. Bye-bye, Steven.
Hey, I came here thinking that we were going to try the Hydro Archon for forsaking her duty, but did I hear that right? She's not our Archon at all?
Charge accepted.
That is an interesting charge, however.
Lady Farina, do you plead guilty to the charge?
Oh, that's just scary.
Lady Farina.
I plead not guilty. How can I be guilty? There is no way that I, Focalor, otherwise known as Farina de Fontaine, a member of the Seven and the Regina of all waters, kindreds, peoples, and laws of Fontaine, could be anything other than your true Archon.
Yeah. Even though Lady Farina can be rather eccentric, isn't it going too far to doubt her very identity?
Yeah, I've never questioned her identity either. Sure, Lady Farina can be super irresponsible, but what grounds does that prosecutor have to make such a huge claim?
That is a big claim.
I have cause to believe that common sense will prevail in this case. Many of the members of the audience have known me as the Hydro Archon ever since they were born. There would be no fooling their memory. See? Even the Oratrice has decided to show me its favor. Are you sure you want to commit to a charge that will never be upheld? If you wish to drop the case, I can promise you as the god of justice that you will not have to face trial for making a false accusation. We will treat everything that's happened as a dramatic spectacle and move on with our lives. What do you say to that?
Huh. An argument with near impossible odds, huh? We have to not only refute Furina's claims, but also overturn the long-held beliefs of the people.
Yep. The people only see you as the Archon because that is their long-held belief.
Well, I tried to give you the chance to surrender. If you must persist, then let me ask. If you believe I'm not the Archon, then what manner of being do you think? And if I was not the Archon, then how did I manage to live for over 500 years?
I've got to think carefully. What do we know to be special about Furina exactly? Irrelevant. Communication with the T, irrelevant. Oh. So we have the knave one, we have the child one. So we have the child, the knave. And the meaning with N. N communicated with you by connecting to your consciousness. She believes the prophecy will certainly happen, but that you needn't give up all hope. During a diplomacy meeting with the knave, she revealed that she has already probed Furry on her own and believes it's possible that she's not the only Furry. Not really the Archon, but that she is actually afflicted with some sort of curse. We could do that one. That actually sounds like one that will help us a lot. Or child's conviction. Though Nevelet believes child to be innocent, or Trees judged him guilty at the end. Venera didn't know why. We'll do the knave one. I think that's the closest to the right one.
You may be a member of another long-lived race, which would allow you to naturally possess an extended lifespan. And second of all, even if that wasn't the case, there could be other ways to extend your life.
Such as a curse.
Who gave you that idea? Was it the knave? You'd sink so low as to use a harbinger's words against me.
What matters is the veracity of the claim.
A curse? I once thought it possible that the aura of an Archon might naturally resemble a type of curse. But in light of this claim, perhaps what I sensed was not your divinity, but a curse after all.
Nevelet sensed it too, huh?
So Furina, instead of an Archon, could you just be a cursed human?
Furina is actually a human?
Ooh.
Well, it is true that it's extremely difficult to tell humans and gods apart just by looking at them. It's not impossible.
We're now at 50-50.
Well, don't start celebrating too early now. Even if I have been carrying a curse like you said, how does that prove that I am merely a human being? Besides, everyone knows that the main difference between a human and a god is the possession of authority. Gods can do what humans cannot. That's why they're worshipped as gods.
Has she shown us that she can do more?
Manifestations of my authority have served the nation of Fontaine. One need only to turn their eyes towards the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinal in this very opera house, or consider the endemnitium that is used in every aspect of life.
Oh, now we give the child evidence. Wait. Because she doesn't even know how it works, so if she made it, how does she not know how it works? Wait. That one trial proved the opposite. Vanilla actually has no control over the Oratrice at all. Yeah, child's conviction. Or this one, wait. It turns out can be the soul from mother over the years. Many younger. Okay, that doesn't do anything with it. So child's conviction.
You tried to reference the Oratrice, but weren't you as confused as all the rest of us when the Oratrice declared Child to be guilty without any proof? Otherwise, You should have come up with a good explanation for that by now.
Didn't I make myself clear at the time? The decisions of the gods are naturally difficult for humans to comprehend. There is no need to provide an explanation.
Lady Furina, I believe a reminder of your current circumstances is in order. While the court is in session, the principles of justice and the law must come before all else. While you are an Archon, you are also first and foremost the defendant in this trial. You will prove yourself unable to defend against the prosecution's charges if you continue to withhold vital information against the rules of the court.
Sounds like a good one.
I never thought you'd use that kind of rhetoric against me.
That was no trick of rhetoric, Lady Furina. I've merely reiterated the rules of the court. Rules that all should respect and follow.
So, you neither knew why Child was declared guilty, nor did you understand the structure and operations of the Oratrice. Instead of having been created by you, the manifestations of authority you mentioned have been made by the real Hydro Archon, haven't they?
The real Hydro Archon? Well, now you're really losing me.
It's not been made by the real Archon. The Oratrice Manitrice Divina is the real Archon. The Archon may be merged with that machine.
It is true that
Oh, no,
I
wait,
did
we
not
already
know
thought it was
why
with
the
the-
Oratrice gave out a guilty verdict that day. But the Oratrice handed out that verdict unilaterally, and it has been operating independently ever since it was first created. You can't argue that just because a divine creation is flawed, that the god behind it must also be no god at all.
She's still throwing out all kinds of excuses. Seems like she's confident that we won't be able to produce proof that she has no power over the Oratrice.
Sure, we can put out the Oratrice aside for now. But then, Miss Virginia, could you give us a brief demonstration of your power as an Archon? Ooh, that's a good one.
Power as an Archon. There are many ordinary citizens in the audience. How can I just carelessly demonstrate the formidable power of an Archon?
If that poses a concern, I'm prepared to extend my protection to the audience.
You don't need to go that far.
A brief demonstration of your power over Hydro should be quite harmless. Surely an Archon can at least match the capacities of humans with a vision.
Aren't you the Hydro Archon? Or is it that you can't even wield the power of Hydro, much less the authority of a god?
Indemnitium! Yes! It's all because of Indemnitium! All Archons derive their power from the faith of the people, and I've converted the people's faith in justice into Indemnitium! Thus did I give up all of my divine power to provide everyone with energy for their daily lives. Have you ever seen a more magnanimous god?
Okay, that is kind of a good one.
A huge stretch.
I kind of would believe
no matter how
something like
generous
that.
an Archon can be, how could they give up all their power? Can a god with no power even still be called a god?
It seems like nobody's buying
Ooh,
Furina's excuse.
we are hitting her left and right.
Hey, come now, everyone. Please don't stare at me as if I was a liar. I'm still the same Furina you knew, right? The one that you loved. Shouldn't you want to believe in me? Please? You've got to believe me.
If what the prosecutor said is true, she really has committed a grave offense.
Did she deceive all of us? And all of our parents and grandparents too? And all of our ancestors? Ever since they were born?
Enough. That's enough. Tell me then, if I'm not the real Hydro Archon, then who is? If you have no evidence of another Hydro Archon's existence, nor can you find anyone who can back up their claim to be such, then what grounds have you to say that I'm not actually the real deal?
Ooh.
She came up with yet another argument. How can we refute her now? Seems like she really doesn't want to give up.
That's a good question. Who would we be able to, refute that? If we can't prove that she isn't the Archon, we can try to prove that she just is a human. And if she's only human... I don't think her falling in the seawater has anything to do with it. The instructions of the Primordial Sea in the Fortress of Melody. The entrance of the Primordial Sea is sealed beneath the Forbidden Zone in the forest of Metroporin. And recently, the Primordial Sea has nearly broken out. It was only temporarily pushed back by Nevette's power. Don't think that's it. It turns out that Fontaine can be dissolved by the water from the Primordial Sea. Over the years, Paws kidnapped and dissolved many young girls for his experiments to try to find a way to bring his wife back, who has been dissolved. I can't see that one either. So it must be this one. A murder case unfolds in the midst of Lenny and Lynette's first performance in the Grand Opera House. Though they were cleared of all accusation level against them, their identities as agents of the House of the Hearts were revealed. This one I don't think, this one I don't see. How do we prove, what evidence can we prove that Vanilla is human? I mean, we won that case. Does a mere god lose to mortals?
That doesn't sound right. Paimon doesn't think this clue can be used as compelling evidence.
Okay, it's not that one. Then it must be this one, right? No. Okay, I'm gonna just have to guess. I mean, I guess if we throw primordial seawater on her.
It has been established that all Fontanians can dissolve in water from the primordial sea. And that means...
Since you insist on claiming to be a god and not a human, then there's a method that you can use right here and now to eliminate all suspicions of you being the latter.
Miss Navia, please apply to serve as a temporary attorney for the prosecution before addressing the court. Though you act in partnership with the prosecutor, you must still adhere to proper procedure.
Super sorry, Monsieur Chief Justice. I swear this really will be the last time that I'll speak out of turn. Now, I've brought some seawater from Poisson. As everyone knows, a massive flood struck the area not long ago, taking many lives, including those of some of my closest friends. So, Miss Farina, would you dare to touch some of this seawater? If we are to believe that you are indeed the real Hydro Archon, touching this seawater would have no effect on you. All it should do is strengthen your case. But if you don't dare to touch it, then we would have basically proved the reverse.
Indeed. What are you gonna do about it?
I must remind you that after the disaster at Poisson, nobody wants to see any more people dissolve. I do hope you'll act prudently and choose the simpler path of admitting guilt.
Navia from the Spina di Rasula. The Spina has governed Poisson for many years. I guess her suggestion is valid.
If Lady Farina is indeed just a human, she's probably Fontanian like all the rest of us. Would she really dare to try?
Ooh. But what if she isn't Fontanian?
Lady Farina, this test has been unilaterally proposed by the prosecution. As it falls outside the realm of standard court proceedings, you possess the right to decline participation.
Well, of course he had to tell her that. But refusing to participate is basically the same as a confession of guilt.
She's just staring at the water without saying a single word. It really does seem like she's quite terrified of it. That could only mean...
What's going on? Is she really planning to... that's not what we thought she would...
Due to the inherent risk of the test, Lady Farina, you may...
Oh.
Hey!
We actually...
My hand is still here! I haven't been dissolved! Will you believe me now? I really am your Archon! I'm nothing like a normal human who would fall apart as soon as they touch this water! Really? Was this not the most obvious thing in the world?
Miss Siegewin? If you're present, Miss Siegewin, please come forward and attend to the defendant.
Siegewin?
Don't be nervous. It'll just take a few seconds. Let me see. That should be enough.
Please announce the results of your evaluation to the court, Miss Siegewin.
As everyone doubtlessly saw, Miss Farina was displaying symptoms of hyperventilation and flushed skin. These indicate that she was experiencing the adverse effects of exposure to primordial seawater.
But she kept
The
regenerating.
extent to which she was affected is the same as other humans when exposed to primordial seawater of a similar concentration.
Thank you, Miss Siegewin. Lady Farina, you may return to the defendant's stand.
Oh wait, what did she just say? I didn't get dissolved! Shouldn't that be enough to prove my innocence?
Well, considering your tendency to run from your problems, we did originally prepare a direct sample of the seawater around Poisson. However, after extensive discussion, we exchanged it for a sample that is not concentrated enough to dissolve an actual human. After all,
Smart.
on the off chance that something entirely unexpected might occur, we don't want anyone else to lose their life to the sea.
Yeah, so out of regard for Farina's life, you secured a low-concentration sample and asked the head nurse to serve as an expert witness. It's a great thing that the direct sample wasn't actually used. Farina could have...
Could have been water.
I can't believe... you...
But what is really going on here? Marini can't have known the consequence of touching the water as a human. This is unlikely how she usually acts, unless it's actually more important for her to keep her visage than to save her own life. But hadn't she given up everything a long time ago?
Listen to me, everyone! Please don't give me such cold and disdainful looks! What happened just now didn't prove a single thing! Think about it! How can you conclusively prove that an Archon can't also be affected by the primordial
Due to the
seawater?
prophecy.
Also, if I was really just a human, why would I dare to just put my hand in that kind of water?
I still feel like she makes some good points.
Everyone, anyone, just listen to me! I swear, I really am your Archon!
I don't think anything she says at this point will sway anyone. The odds are just too stacked against her now.
With all the things that have been said, Paimon doesn't think there's any way left for Farina to win.
I believe the time for arguments and presentation of evidence has come to an end. If there are no objections, we will move on to the final judgment.
I don't think anything she says at this point will sway anyone. She's too stacked against her now.
Ooh. She lost her case.
In my capacity as Chief Justice, I shall now render judgment on Farina's misrepresentation of herself as the Archon of Fontaine. As a human who knowingly deceived her fellow citizens, Farina is...
guilty.
Guilty.
Ooh.
We shall now turn to the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinale to render the final verdict on the charges. According to the judgment of the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinal, Furrina is...
Well, what's wrong?
Not. It can't be. The Oratrice just derogate veneer to be innocent?
No. The Oratrice also displays a guilty verdict.
Isn't that correct then?
However, the exact wording of the verdict is thus. The Hydro Archon, guilty, to be punished via the death sentence.
Wait, what?
The death sentence?
That's actually one of the available sentences? I've always thought that it was just a myth.
The one and only time the death sentence has been handed out at the court, and it's been given to the very person we've worshipped as the god of justice? What an unexpected twist.
Oh my god, that is a twist.
We just wanted to use the trial to show her the seriousness of things so she'd tell us the truth. How did things escalate this quickly?
This outcome is indeed quite strange. According to Fontaine's current definitions of justice, as well as its recommendations for criminal sentences, is this sentence really appropriate for the crimes that have been committed?
Yeah, even Fache wasn't sentenced to death by the Oratrice. You know, the real evil mastermind behind the serial disappearances case.
What's more strange is, instead of Furrina, the Oratrice rendered judgment on the Hydro Archon.
Indeed. Not only is Furrina's sentence overly excessive, the very point of our trial today was also to prove that Furrina has never been the Hydro Archon in the first place. But now, the Oratrice seems to have deliberately invoked the title of the Hydro Archon.
Yeah, that's conflictive, so that would mean she's not guilty because it pronounces her the Hydro Archon, but
excuse
it gave a
me
guilty verdict.
if I may interrupt. Is the trial still going?
Fremine! Oh, you finally made it. I assume this means you've completed your mission?
Mm-hmm. Any mission Father assigns to me will always be top priority.
With some help from the Fatui, Fremine brings back a slate of stone.
That the first prophecy slate?
That is.
Huh. So the knave privately arranged for Fremine to try and find the missing slate.
I looked everywhere and finally found it at the bottom of the sea. It took me a long time to get around some dangerous stretches of water. But has the trial already concluded?
Don't worry.
Then doesn't that mean I've come too late? Oh no. Father will be disappointed in me.
Don't worry, the mystery hasn't been resolved yet. It's still not too late to shine.
Thank you for your hard work, Mr. Fremine. Please allow me to review the record left on the slate. Traveler, I believe that you have already seen the other existing slates.
Yes.
I'd like you to come here and confirm their contents.
I mean, at this point,
What do you see? What is it?
that looks like the previous Hydro Archon released her divine power, turning the Oceanids into human beings.
I believe I've now made sense of the Hydro Archon's crime. It has to do with Fontaine's lost history.
Huh? Isn't the Hydro Archon just guilty of deceiving her people? Oh, wait, no, that's Furrina, and we've already proven that she's not the Hydro Archon. So when you say Hydro Archon, do you mean the real Hydro Archon we've been kinda talking about?
In truth, everything that you've encountered in Fontaine up until this point can be traced back to the contents of these stone slates.
Okay.
However, I'm uncertain as to how much sense they currently make to you.
An association between the content of these slates and the evidence in real life.
Let's try to recall the contents of the other 3 stone slates. Paimon will do her best to help you remember.
Okay, so we have the slates, and I do remember the slate order somewhat. As further proceeds, continue Fontaine water level in the menu factorizes. When you finish your verdict, all the stone slates, the truth behind the prophecy will reveal.
The first stone slate describes what you just said.
Yeah.
It seems to show the previous Hydro Archon using her divine power, and then the Oceanids turn into humans. Does that mean that Fontanians are transformed Oceanids? The second stone slate shows Celestia floating in the sky, and the Hydro Archon and her people worshipping it together. But the heavens still brought judgment down upon them. This must be the point when the Hydro Archon and the Fontanians were branded with their original sin. Does this mean that the original sin and the Hydro Archon sin are the same thing? The third slate shows the Hydro Archon sinking into the sea surrounded by many people. That reminds Paimon, didn't we also watch that happen to someone else? Well, the fourth slate is the prophecy the Fontanians have been talking about. People dissolving into the sea, the Hydro Archon crying on her throne, and so on. We didn't believe that such a crazy disaster could happen at first, did we? But after that incident, it was just a question of when and not if.
Okay, so this is the wrong order. The real events relate to the prophecy. Verified truth. After the courts proved that Verena was not the Hydro Archon, the verdict displayed that the Oratrice was actually the Hydro Archon guilty to be punished through death sentence. I think it fits better with this one. There we go, yes.
What is about to take place has all happened before. The true sin of the Hydro Archon that Nervalet mentioned, and the original sin cast down on the people of Fontaine by Celestia, as recorded on the stone slates.
Okay, that was a good one. This one I'm a little bit iffy about what it would be. It turns out that Verdanis can be dissolved in the water from the primordial sea. Over the years, he kidnapped people. That's not the important part, that they kidnapped people. Judged has him as guilty. The entrance to the primordial sea is sealed off. While exposed to the ruins near possession, I began to collapse and Avida fell into the water containing primordial sea water. Only the protection of the dead members of the Spindalus Rusella prevented her from dissolvement. And communicated with you by connecting the consciousness. She believes prophecy will be certainly happen, but that you needn't giving up at all. Okay, destroy slap. How can we have that happen again? Or this one. Just seen basically identical to described in the prophecy. Circulating through Fontaine. Fontaine will eventually be dissolved in the seawater, and the Hydro Archon will sit alone on her throne and weep. I'm guessing a little bit here, but I say that this one might be related to this one. It's a little bit of a long stretch. No. But I was worried about. But the idea behind it was that people get dissolved. But then it might be related to that one. Because the dissolvement is nothing else than that they return to their Oceanid forms.
We know from the case of the serial disappearances of young women that Fontanians can be dissolved in primordial seawater. And the first stone slate tells us that long ago, the Hydro Archon used her power to turn Oceanids into humans. This might be the reason that Fontanians can dissolve.
Okay, so we have now humans who turn into Oceanids, the Hydro Archon who is sentenced to death. Okay, I get what type of relations we have to make with them. So I'm guessing this one, yeah.
It's not as simple as falling into the sea. When Navia fell into the sea, her consciousness was subjected to judgment. The stone slates show the people gathered around the Hydro Archon in the sea. Could that be alluding to the same thing?
And then last but not least, shows her weeping. For that, we'll do ends. Oh, I was hoping that he would say, you know, that we don't have to follow the slates, but it's gonna be this one.
The prophecy
Yeah.
from the stone slates found its way into society, but not many people believed it at first. The fortress of Meropide was nearly flooded with primordial seawater, which we know can cause Fontanians to dissolve. It seems increasingly likely that the prophecy may come true. If we hadn't dealt with it in time, things could have gone very badly.
They could have indeed.
They'll dissolve into the primordial sea but won't cease to exist. Their essence will flow in the seawater, converge, and take the form of an oceanid.
Yes.
The Hydro Archon was sentenced to death in court, shocking everyone present. Perhaps this means that her sin was actually Fontaine's original sin.
Okay.
Navia fell into the water inside those ruins, and she nearly dissolved. She was surrounded by the people of Poisson in a court within her consciousness, and was forced to take part in a trial meant to make her stay. The eruption of the primordial sea at the fortress of Meropide was the surest sign that the prophecy was about to come to pass no matter what.
Yeah.
The stone slate's content can all be verified by recent events. If we combine what we know together, loads of truth should come to light.
Purification complete.
Huh? Oh, Paimon gets it now! So that's how you can make sense of it. But then it feels like we're going to have to share some truly shocking revelations.
Let's hear them.
The first slates revealed Fontaines are not really human.
Incredible. Linny, did you hear that?
We're not real humans.
All Fontanians were originally created by the late previous Hydro Archon, with Oceanids as their basis. The evidence for that can be found in how only Fontanians could dissolve in primordial seawater, and how all the girls Vacher dissolved were also turned into Oceanids. Oh, and according to Navia, when she was about to get dissolved, she also saw everyone gathered around for a trial, all of them in the shape of Oceanids.
Indeed.
The second slate reveals that the crime of the Hydro Archon was her creation of Fontanius from Oceanids.
Yeah, and it follows from the content of the first slate that she probably angered Celestia by creating humans without prior permission. That could also explain why the Oratrice judged the Hydro Archon to be guilty. It's to account for that ancient sin.
The Hydro Archon's true sin was creating us?
And yet, after many hundreds of years, the Hydro Archon's creations have turned around to try to judge the Archon within the Opera Epiclese. The twists of history are often the most unexpected of all.
And I'm still convinced that it should come after the fourth slate. Oh, as for the third slate, I'm still convinced that it should come after the fourth slate.
Isn't the image here just like when Navia fell into the sea? So wouldn't it be trying to show the image of the Hydro Archon also falling into the sea once the prophecy has been fulfilled in the fourth slate?
The fourth slate depicts a fulfillment of the prophecy as they already widely known.
In the end, the people will all be dissolved into the waters, and only the Hydro Hydro Archon will remain weeping on her throne. Only then will the sins of the people of Fontaine be washed away.
Yes.
Did Paimon get all that right?
You've made some keen deductions. I must say, given how much you still don't know, it is impressive that you've already managed to connect so many pieces of the truth. However, while you were able to decode all the information on the slates, they've also been etched with an additional layer of hidden information using a different power source. When we were at the ruins, I tried to decipher the hidden information recorded in the slates. But since we only had 3 slates at the time, I was unable to come to a full conclusion. Now that the slate collection is complete, I shall make another attempt to decipher the narrative recorded within.
Let's hear it.
If everything goes well, we should finally be informed of the unadulterated truth.
Well? Did you get it?
I believe I should share this truth not only with you, but with all the people of Fontaine as well. I will try to briefly summarize it for you.
Sounds good. Summarize it for us.
Your hypotheses regarding the origin of Fontainians and the sin of the Hydro Archon were both correct. In the Fontaine of old, the previous Hydro Archon sensed the yearning of her Oceanid familiars for life on land.
Okay.
The Oceanids were enamored with the beauty and romanticism of human beings, and wishing to have those experiences for
Hi,
themselves,
Bunny, welcome.
expressed to the Hydro Archon
How are you
their
doing?
desire to become of a similar kind. However, even though water as an element is intricately linked with the power of life, the Hydro Archon, as one of the 7, did not possess the authority to create a new form of human life. Not one to give in, she eventually found a way to create permanent humanoid bodies for her familiars
Now, where am
by
I close at?
appropriating the power of this planet's primordial sea. She poured primordial seawater into the Oceanid's blood vessels,
I'd be streaming
creating
naked.
humanoid mimics in the process. But if Fontainians were to ever come into direct contact with water from the primordial sea, the power within their bodies would
Forge just
escape
dressed
these
me.
artificial restraints and return to the
My
sea.
Femboy hoodies outfit.
As a result, their forms would collapse, and they would be reverted to their original forms as Oceanids. Of course, the Hydro Archon never received permission from the heavenly principles to create a new human race. And thus, the Hydro Archon and all of her creations came to shoulder the original sin of appropriating the power of the primordial sea. That is the true history of how the people of Fontaine first came into being.
So you
Decency is a thing, you know. Nah.
Oceanids
I'll just
before we
walk
turned
naked.
into human beings?
That's way too much information for me. I think I'm just going to pretend that I never heard a single thing. Wait, but if that's the truth, we can't let the Hydro Archon be sentenced to death. After all, her only sin was creating us.
This really might be too much information for your regular Fontainian, but it does answer a lot of our questions.
Alas, your hypothesis regarding the 3rd and 4th stone slates was inaccurate. The slates' respective positions are, in fact, correct.
So they're in the right order. What is the 3rd slate supposed to represent then?
A key point of the visual on the 3rd slate is how all the individuals depicted in the water are humans rather than Oceanids. They have not been dissolved, which implies that the water depicted in this slate is not water from the primordial sea.
Okay, fine, I'll
The
walk my
nation of
underwear.
Fontaine is the nation of Hydro, as well as the nation of
Actually, I'm a
trials and
dog.
justice.
I don't wear clothes.
Instead of being the literal element, the water in the scene symbolizes judgment and justice. You may also recall Navia's experience. When she fell into the sea, her consciousness was surrounded by that of many others who intended to hold a trial to determine her fate. Therefore, the meaning of the 3rd slate is that the people of Fontaine shall try the Hydro Archon at the court of justice.
Oh. I saw the opportunity to get. I'm glad you got a good laugh. Of course. Even dogs now need to wear underwear. Wait, they do? Res, I need to buy underwear for you. Where are you there? I guess you can also borrow some of mine.
Yes,
It can't be.
It refers to our present situation.
I think I'm following now. So, what you're saying is, even though we decided to put on this trial to avoid fulfilling the prophecy, in
We
truth,
actually fulfilled
everything
it.
we've done has happened exactly as the prophecy foretold. So now, it seems, we're the ones making sure it comes true.
What should we do?
I don't know. It feels like there's no way out of this.
Huh. No matter what, the prophecy will be fulfilled. Is this what it feels like to be a prisoner of fate?
If that's the case, does that mean the scene in the fourth slate will also be fulfilled soon?
Traveler, I would like to point out another small fallacy in your deductions. About the fourth slate. You probably thought that the eruption of primordial seawater beneath the fortress of Meripede served as the surest sign that the prophecy was about to come to pass, yes?
Correct.
However, I believe that rather than being a sure sign, that eruption could in fact only be a small warning of something far worse to come. As for the root cause of the catastrophe, I believe you've already encountered it once before.
Wait, could it be Child? It is Child mixing
This
with...
eruption was just a small warning of the things to come. We must find the root cause of the disaster.
I know the disaster. It wasn't because of us. It was because of Child. He became part of the primordial sea and has this seal thing. So these are correct. Verified truth. You saw Child floating. It must be this one.
Both dream and reality.
There we go.
If we're talking about a true culprit, that could only be that thing inside the primordial sea, right?
The truth, the original sin, the trial, and the root cause of the disaster.
It broke. The truth is out. You don't know what to play. Ooh. It is always hard if you don't know what to play. Find something. Ooh! There is Child. He's actually coming to the rescue. I thought he would, you know, be that thing. Electro, Hydro. Go back from whence thou came, for never to return. We should go after him.
That was way too close! How did that thing just burst into the opera house? Wait, was that the huge whale you saw in your dream?
That's right. I wagered that it's also the one Child saw when he was
So
younger.
we've met it at last. I understand very well why it has chosen to make an appearance here. That whale does not belong to Tevat. It is a monster that has traversed the stars, weeping all the while. It has been greedily consuming the energy from the planet's primordial sea, using it to grow. That is the main cause for the rising sea levels. And once it has finished consuming all of the energy contained within the sea, its next step will be...
You said that when the Hydro Archon first created Fontanians out of Oceanids, she filled their blood vessels with primordial seawater.
Precisely. That whale finds the blood of Fontanians nigh impossible to resist.
Oh. I want to play more...
Therefore,
I want to
when
play
it
more
left the
human.
primordial sea, it decided to make its next stop a packed opera house full of food. Food in the form of Fontanians.
That is a good one. I have played a little bit of Once Human. It's pretty fun, but at some point, if you play a game too much, you can kind of get sick from it. Sometimes it helps for me is just what you do. Or Twitch, in this case. And relax a little bit. Just turn your brain off until either you get the idea of what you want to do. Or...
right? In that case, won't it come back to target the people again once it's managed to recover its strength?
That is correct. Indeed, it is more accurate to say that we should thank that Harbinger for buying us some time. Without him, the whale would have likely come onto land far sooner. From the way he looked, he must have been fighting the creature for quite a long time.
That battle maniac. We've always known that he had a special connection with that whale, but we definitely didn't expect it to help us out like this. Anyway, now that we know that this whale is the actual cause of the disaster recorded in the prophecy, all we need to do to stop the prophecy would be to find a way to beat it up, right?
It is too late.
What do you
It
mean?
had already absorbed too much of the primordial sea's energy before we could notice it. At this point, it has become practically integrated with the sea itself. Even if the entirety of Tevat were to be destroyed, it could still survive and swim off towards some other world.
That's not something I will accept. We've already done everything we can, and we even found the true culprit. We've come so far. You can't just tell me that the last hurdle is some impossible foe. That's just not fair.
Indeed, that's not how a grand performance should end.
I'll fight it to the end, no matter what.
So the prophecy will be fulfilled no matter what, huh?
Well, then let's try to beat it up, at least.
The prophecy. Yes, what has been prophesied will be fulfilled. You may view such things as the history of the future.
After everything, it still turns out like this. We couldn't fight against fate. Wait. But if this is all about fate...
Just as prophecies are usually only the future as seen from the perspectives of the gods, could things be happening in hidden corners where the gods' gaze does not fall?
That is us. We are a gaze that
Ultimately,
didn't fall.
Fate shall serve as your only guide, no matter what will happen in Tevat's future. All you need to do is to play your part.
Could it be that even if the prophecy was fulfilled, there will still be a way to save everyone? Did I miss something? Us. Because we are not from this world. Even the tree of knowledge, the tree of every bit of knowledge in Tibet, does not know who we are. Wait, I forget about Farina. What was it that she wanted to say to me at the last moment at the Grand Magical Box? What is her real secret?
What's happening with the oratories?
I believe it is preparing to carry out the death sentence.
Farina!
Uh-oh.
No, I still need answers.
That is the true Hydro Archon. He was in the Oractrice Mechanism Orion all the time.
You...
Sorry. That shocked expression on your face is just too amusing. I couldn't help myself.
You are not Furina. Who are you?
Ah, the sweet sound of bewilderment. Marvelous. A sure sign that my attempt to deceive everyone was a resounding success. But to answer your question, I am Focalor. You know, the god.
Focalor. Why did you deceive us?
Oh, that wasn't my goal, of course. Goodness, no. But I had to fool everyone else too, if I was to stand any chance of deceiving the heavenly principles.
Deceiving the heavenly principles?
It's all because of that pernicious prophecy. Dreadful, wasn't it? Everyone doomed to dissolve. Fontaine condemned to be flooded. One was not amused. In fact, one was positively bemused when that problem was thrust upon me by my dearest predecessor. That's the former Hydro Archon Egeria for the uninitiated. It hardly gets more disastrous than a preordained national catastrophe, now does it? She knew full well that the prophecy would surely come to pass. And as one of the seven, she also knew full well that one defies the heavenly principles at one's peril. So yes, as you have no doubt surmised, it was a rather impossible situation that I found myself in. I spent a terribly long time mulling it over, alone on the ocean floor. And I was almost growing barnacles by the time I finally realized there was only one possible solution to this confounding conundrum. I had to outwit the heavenly principles, allow the prophecy to be fulfilled, ostensibly at least, while saving everyone at the same time. I'm a genius, I know. I can only assume that's why Egeria chose me as her successor. Although, looking back now, it was hardly the inheritance one dreams of. Between the task of saving the nation, the quotidian duties of the Hydro Archon, and not to mention the original sin of creating a new race of humans, I dare say she left me quite a colossal mess to clean up.
That she did indeed,
But
wow.
one can only play the hand one is dealt. I did not choose this, any more than I chose to be one of her Oceanid familiars.
So you were also once one of the Oceanids, transformed into a human by Egeria's hand.
Yes, I was. I always dreamed of becoming human. And I still do, even now. In my eyes, to be human is to be part of the greatest opera ever known. After becoming a god, I separated my divinity from my body and spirit, leaving behind only a self that was as naive and bewildered as my past self on her first day as a human being. The me you see before you now is that divinity. And the human counterpart I left behind, I named Furina. She could feel joy,
What is my left hand
sorrow,
doing?
and everything
What am I
in
pointing at?
between. She could be as vain and conceited, or as meek and vulnerable as she wished. Her strengths were of a kind only a human could possess, as were her shortcomings. But in my eyes, Furina's humanity was what made her perfect. She was perfectly human in every way. The person I always wanted to be. Anyway, so then I cursed her. All part of the plan, of course. the plan to deceive the heavenly principles. Do you still remember the final scene of the prophecy? The Hydra Archon alone, weeping on her throne.
Yes.
In order that the prophecy might appear fulfilled, I invited Furina to be an actress, to play the part of the Hydro Archon in the prophecy. Under the curse I placed on her, so long as I, Focalor's divinity, continued to exist, she could not die. But nor was she free to live her life in the pursuit of happiness. Instead, she was forced to take the stage in the opera house, to embrace the role of leading lady, to forever play the part of the god from the prophecy, all to create a deceitful appearance of that prophecy coming to pass. I suppose now you probably understand why your court is called the Opera Epiclese.
But Furina is only human, isn't she? Even though she has had a long life, her mind is no stronger than that of any other ordinary human being. I cannot begin to fathom what she has had to endure. It must have been torture for her.
It has indeed. And although she is, in a sense, me in human form, I most definitely owe her an apology for it. It's been 500 years, and all along, she's been playing her part in the most unimaginably long, unbearably lonely, and agonizingly painful opera of all time.
Wow. I came into contact with Veneer's tear, and I remember correctly. Oh, with significantly strength hydrosensitivity, I can form an emotional connection, just like I did with the Oceanid at the fountain. Wait, could this be her inner world? What is she doing on stage? Wait a moment. That probably isn't Furina. She's likely a reflection of her inner self. If I can directly speak to that self, I might be able to easily get what I want to know. I came here for answers. Either way, the opportunity is not to be missed. Let me try talking to her. Okay, we enter the stage like a normal person, by the stairs. Well, normal, we're a puddle of water, but, you know.
Oh, who permitted you to come onto the stage? Now, I understand your admiration for my august self, but I must ask you to keep to the rules.
Come on, it's me.
All right. It is not my intent to reprimand you. There is no need to state your name. Just be off with you. Do not distract me from my performance.
But I don't see an audience here.
Oh, do not jest. Can you not feel it?
Just let the stage lights go off. Please, for a second.
I am Focalor. The eyes of
This way,
countless
I can become myself
Fontanians
again.
are upon me. I must, at all times, display the utmost elegance and nobility.
Something's off. There is no getting through to her. Even in her heart of her hearts, she's still playing the role of the Hydro Archon. What sort of resolvement must she have that even her inner self and subconscious would have such impeccable defense? I have to find a way. So we turn off the stage lights.
Dear audience, the performance is experiencing a technical difficulty, but worry not. The guards shall resolve it soon enough.
That is an interesting one. Even on stage. I can't do that in combat, okay. Can't beat this thing up and turn off a light at the same time.
Transfixed.
One with the forest.
3.
Hey, what gives? The audience is still watching me, you know. Guards? Wait, where are the guards? Guards!
And boop. Give her some of that water effect so we get the overload or vaporize. That was it, vaporize, yeah. We don't mind getting a vaporize buff.
Let me scry.
Overruled.
And here it goes.
Everlasting as the moon.
The show is over. That's all the spotlights stood off. In Verena's heart, they must have been symbolizing the eyes of the people on her. Speaking of which, I think I just received a sort of signal. What was her true voice? A ticket. Where did that end up here? Either way, looks like the show is about to begin. In that case, show me the true feeling. Scene 1. Before a mirror. Oh, we're actually playing as her. I do love like theater as such. It's always fun going to an acting thing.
Farina. Huh? Who's that? Who's calling me? Where are you?
Be not nervous. Be not afraid. I am before you.
Wait a moment. You're mirror me? How can this be?
Mirror you, huh? You know what? That's not bad. Let's go with that.
Mirror me? What do you wish to say?
The prophecy. Have you heard of it?
What prophecy? Wait. I know. I think. I don't know why, but it's in my head somehow. The people will all be dissolved into the waters, and only the Hydro Archon will remain, weeping on her throne. Only then will the sins of the people of Fontaine be washed away.
Yes.
Oh, very good. You know it well.
What's going on? I can't seem to remember anything clearly. The only thing I know for sure is this prophecy. Will it really come to pass?
Yes, it will. And that is why I've come to you. Disaster will come to Fontaine sooner or later. Things will develop just as the prophecy declared. There is no escaping it.
But doesn't that mean everyone will die? I'm a Fontainian just like them. Will I dissolve too?
Oh, don't worry. Magical meetings exist in this world precisely to give people a chance to turn things around. It is the reason why you met me today. I will tell you how to save everyone, but you may have to suffer somewhat.
Oh, so there's still hope after all. Goodness, you frightened me. You spoke so much and with so much certainty. As for the suffering, well, I will admit that the first thing that came to mind was, why do I have to be the one to suffer? But if the prophecy will come true, I'll also die anyway, right? So if I've already met you as my magical meeting in this world, if there were scales, with all the people of Fontaine on one side and my pain on the other, is it not obvious where the scales should tilt?
You truly are the perfect human, my ideal. I suppose this would also be the justice that belongs to you.
Huh?
Don't worry, it's nothing. Listen well. Fontaine has just lost its Hydro Archon. I need you to play a role, that of the new Archon.
Play as a god?
That's right. You must begin a never-ending masquerade. You must never let anyone suspect your identity. If you can keep it up, then I shall have my way of defying this prophecy. But should your identity be revealed, then all hope will be lost.
That is a secret you probably won't
How
tell
will
us.
I do this? A human assuming the role of a god without being exposed.
Don't worry. What you must do is not to turn yourself into a real god. You simply need to play the role of a god as humans imagine them to be. Being a human yourself, I'm sure you already know what such an entity would be like. Remember, your true challenge will not be pursuing divinity, but contending against humanity.
I'm still not sure I understand, but I'll try. I'll try to do this. So, how long am I going to have to play this role?
To accomplish this mission, you will have to stay on the stage for many, many years. You will endure and not grow old until your task ends. But I promise you, all will eventually end in a magnificent and dramatic trial, and everyone will be saved.
A trial, huh? How exciting. I'll be looking forward to it.
Act 2. Ascension Speech, Verena. So this is when she took up the role as the Hydro Archon. That's when the spotlight shone
The
upon her.
Maison Cardinalise has announced my accession, but this is my first time facing the people. What should I say to most appear like a god? To be honest, I still don't know. Perhaps I should first try to act natural.
Summon courage.
Ladies and gentlemen, good evening, and welcome to the Opera Epiclese. I'm sure you've all heard about how I have taken on the role of Hydro Archon. Indeed, I am Verena de Fontaine, your new Archon.
Very
In truth,
earnest.
I know little about becoming a nation's new god, but it will be my honor to guide you all. As the god Focalor, the god of justice, I shall do all within my power to lead you into an age of fairness and justice. Once again,
Hellos politely.
thank you all for coming. If you should have any questions or suggestions, please send them to the Maison Cardinalise. The future of Fontaine will require us to work together, after all. This should do it. I thought I might stammer, but thankfully, I was able to convey my thoughts just fine. Okay, and next.
That's the new Hydro Archon. Is this some kind of joke by the Maison? I would have thought that a being that surpasses humanity would be a bit more assertive.
Hey, did you hear that? She even told us to send her suggestions there at the end.
Shouldn't gods be all-powerful? She's being so modest. What's the difference between her and an ordinary person, then?
If you ask me, perhaps the succession didn't actually happen. She might just be a maison-back puppet.
Wait, what's going on? Why is everyone suspecting me of being a fake? Oh, this is bad. If I get exposed here, there'll be no saving the people from the prophecy. Right. Myrmi said that I just need to play the role of a god as humans imagine them to be. Calm down, Furina. Think. What do the people want? How would they imagine a god to speak and act? Assertive, with a strong sense of presence. One who can dispel all doubt. That is the character I'm fated to play. Oh, very good, my people. Only ones such as you are deserving of my rule. Now, I was wondering if some weak puppet were to one day come onto the stage and claim ownership of this opera house, would the children of Fontaine follow them? Well, it seems that you would all see right through them. Having passed my test, you are qualified to witness wondrous trials alongside my august self, here in this opera house. You may consider my previous act a door gift of sorts. I thought it was a debut that suited the atmosphere. Now then,
And that's how she got how she was.
reintroduced.
Ah, so that was just a performance. How could I have forgotten that we were inside an opera house?
Her personality. It's quite shocking, to be honest, but I suppose it's a better look than before.
Such a fascinating and bold deity. How wonderful! Our future may yet be bright after all.
It seems I've turned them around. Best follow this flow and restart my accession speech.
Resolute with conflict.
My dear people, whether you acknowledge me or not, whether you trust me or nay, I say to you, keep faith in your ardor for justice. We have heard it said that this nation's sins can no longer be washed away. Well, I say that justice is most fragrant when it blooms amid sin.
Turn up the drama.
The scales of justice should not weigh heavy in the hands of its god. On one side, it must carry fairness and justice. And on the other, praise and applause. May law be the prayer on our lips. May judgment be our worship. Let us light the fires and drink to the future of Fontaine.
End the speech empathetically.
There is no trouble in this world that justice cannot solve. All that is needed is for you, my people, to believe in it, heart and soul. So long as I, the Archon Focalor, stand within the Opera Epiclese, so long as I stand before the Oratrice, I shall even judge the gods of this world!
Ooh, that is strong. So we're now at Act 3, the Opera House Furry. This was what was playing all the time.
Lady Furina, here are today's case reports, as well as a summary of the follow-up for your perusal.
Come now, was I not just at the Opera House in person? Leave these kinds of things to Neuvillette. Besides, none of these trials were the one that I'm looking forward to the most.
If
She's
I may
looking
be so
forward to that.
impertinent, what kind of trial are you truly looking forward to?
A magnificent, dramatic, and wondrous trial.
A trial to end all things. How could you hope to understand?
That's true. I fear I lack the ability to grasp your divine thought, Lady Archon.
No need for fright, and do not take what I said before too seriously. Go now, do your duties. The trial I await. It will come one day.
Is that why she challenged us the first time? Like, when we came hoping that we might have been the trial.
Lady Farina, I don't know what to say. Thank you for agreeing to see me.
No need to thank me. Or rather, thank your own sense of perseverance instead. Long have you stood in line to meet me, have you not? Oh, I'm afraid that's just an inevitable consequence of my divine charm. All right. Deoteria, is it? How is your son's illness?
You remembered me, and you knew of my family, too. He is doing much better now. In fact, he is far more of an ardent believer than I. He was the one who forced me to seek an audience with you, and to bring your words back to him.
Oh, good. Very good. If this should happen again in the future, please do not hesitate to come and tell me. Going down to citizens' homes every so often, while not usual practice, should serve as a fine change of pace.
Oh, you're such a gentle and wise god. Thank you once again, on behalf of my son.
Okay. That's her daily life, I guess.
Lady Farina, here are the latest hydrological reports. As for the specific parameters you asked to take note of, I'm afraid things still don't look good.
I see. It's as I thought then. As your god, I did already expect this, but I wanted to see how far your human wisdom would allow you to analyze it. All manner of signs indicate that the prophecy will still come to pass. Forget it. That's not something you need to worry about right now.
Well, as I understand it, the Fontaine Research Institute is also trying to find a way to counter the rising water levels.
Really? Have they found anything?
I'm afraid that they haven't found any effective solution thus far.
Oh, is that so? Well, no wonder. This issue has reached the realm of the gods, after all. Still, their spirit is praiseworthy.
And off to bed she goes.
The day is finally over. I haven't had a moment to breathe this whole time. But it's good to see that everything's getting on track. There are no longer any voices of suspicion. Maybe this is fine. I just need to keep going, and everyone will be saved. All right, Farina, don't think too hard about this. You need rest. Tomorrow's a new day.
Opera House Farina. Are we gonna have to replay it over and over and over again?
Lady Farina, here are the new trial reports for the latest cases, as well as a summary of the follow-up.
There'll be no need for that. I've seen them already. There's no need to go back over scenes I've witnessed in person before.
Lady Farina, I've waited.
Indeed, my dear, loyal citizen. This joyous moment is an honor for us both.
Lady Farina, we're detecting significant hydrological anomalies near Poisson.
Understood. Keep monitoring. Keep me informed should anything come up at the Institute. I don't think I let anything slip today. I must show the people that there is nothing to worry about. I just don't know when these days will end. I feel utterly exhausted. Best to rest early today, too.
And the same. Scene 100,882.
It's like a dream being able to speak with you up close like this. I've heard that the first member of our family who was honored to receive an audience with you was Madame Deoteria, almost 20 generations ago.
And what a fine family yours is indeed. It brings me great joy to meet such a faithful believer, a descendant of a line most ardent.
Surely you exaggerate, Lady Farina. My lady?
What is it, good citizen?
Oh, are you crying?
Uh-huh. Oh, really now? I didn't even notice. This must be the overflow of hydro from my person. Well, can't quite help being the god whose dominion is the waters, can I?
She plays her role good,
No
I could
wonder.
admit.
No wonder. A manifestation of your power, then. Oh, Archon, I am honored to have witnessed it. Honored indeed.
So interminable. So lonely. Just how much longer? Hundreds of years must have passed by now. Perhaps the show must go on for hundreds more. I never imagined that it would hurt so much. Have I reached my limit? No. Perhaps I reached it long ago. Today I didn't even notice my own tears. I want to tell someone, anyone, about this. But would that not destroy all I've done so far? I've conducted so many investigations across the centuries, but there's not even a sliver of hope that we might break the prophecy. All I can do is keep heart. I must maintain this act. It is the only way to save Fontaine. Please, mirror me. You have to succeed.
Must be hard. And, ooh, this is probably where we come in. The Traveler.
Farina, you don't have to shoulder this burden alone.
Yeah, that's where we
Although
are.
I don't know what you might be keeping from everyone. Your people are more than willing to share your burden with you.
That's my voice in the scene from the box, from the Gary Magic box. So we are at today. This is great. I didn't think that...
Share my burden. That's impossible. It was fated right from the start that this would be my duty alone.
But even if your burden doesn't need to be shared, you can still choose to confide in someone. Just share it with me. I'm what you'd call a witness.
A witness? Yes, I've heard that you came to Tevat from beyond the stars, yes.
In other words, you never belonged here. And if Tevat is, in its entirety, a show on a stage, then you're just a spectator, aren't you?
Yeah.
If that's the case... He's right. I could confide in him, couldn't I? But if things don't play out as expected, the people of Fontaine will be the ones to pay the price. No, Farina. You shouldn't be selfish. But what if it's really alright? Farina, you've worked so hard for so long. Surely it would be okay to put yourself first for once. Just this once. Is it such an outrageous thing to do anyway? To find someone in whom you can confide your frustrations and sorrows? Surely it could not hurt. If you let this opportunity slip through your fingers, it might never come by again. Think about it long and hard.
And then those walls fell.
No, I have nothing to say. I am Farina, the Archon of Fontaine. Everything will surely get better. All you need to do, dear spectator, is to witness my performance until the curtains fall.
That's what she wanted to say.
Fine.
And that's when we fought her in court.
So even Farina doesn't know the truth? You've never once let her in on the full plan?
Yes, it had to be done. To deceive the heavenly principles, you must first deceive yourself. She did very well. If she had let her resolve falter even once in these 5 centuries, Fontaine would have been doomed to the most tragic fate. It seems that trusting humanity was the right decision after all.
I believe that I understand how your deception works, but that is only half the truth, is it not? How would you build on this foundation to save the people of Fontaine? That is the most important thing.
Ah, good. Of course, the Iudex of Fontaine has pinpointed the crux of the issue. I'm sure you've long sensed that the Oratrice is no simple machine, yes?
I've always suspected that it had its own consciousness. And Lenny did mention that he heard a human voice within the core chamber. It now seems that that person was you, hidden within the machine all along. Am I right?
And then
Someone
I
started?
became one
Maybe.
with the Oratrice.
But I don't want to
taking
end it
Fontaine's
here.
Gnosis with me. Yes, it would seem so, wouldn't it? Alas, your understanding of this device still lacks sufficient depth. In truth, it is no enactor of justice. It is, in fact, a device created to kill the god of justice.
I beg your pardon?
Oh, you have it. And to be more precise, not only will the Oratrice take down the god of justice, it will also take down the divine throne upon which she has been placed. I mean, did you think I would be the sort to enjoy peaceful repose while Farina suffered? My work over these last 500 years has been to constantly accumulate indemnitium within the Oratrice. But really, some have already discovered that only a small fraction of the energy generated by the device was ever used to provide power to Fontaine. The vast majority had to be, accumulated to enact this death sentence.
It was all a part of your plan then? Both the trial and the sentence?
Indeed. This power, accrued over 5 centuries, could have sustained Fontainians for millennia, had it only been used for that purpose. Almost all of it has now been stored within the oratories. But only power of this magnitude could hope to destroy the Hydro Archon's divine throne, shaking the rules established by Celestia, and breaking through the institution that is the Seven.
So the Oratrice's call for death was for neither Furina nor Focalor, but for the Hydro Archon. The destruction of that divine throne. If I do not misunderstand your intent, you must be...
Returning what's rightfully yours to you, of course. In other words, this was all done to return the authority of the Hydro Archon to the Hydro Dragon of this planet.
But...
Oh, what? Getting sad again, are we? The authority of the ancient dragons shall soon be yours once more, O Hydro Dragon Sovereign. And this is the face you make.
All you've done throughout the years is just so you can sacrifice yourself at the very end.
I've never quite seen it that way, you know. Even now, I'm quite pleased at how well my deception worked. Hydro Dragon, don't cry. I must say, had it been within my rights, I would have loved to judge the heavenly principles themselves. Were they not guilty of essentially the same crime? Egeria stole the power of the primordial sea, and the heavenly principles stole the power you ancient dragons possessed. I, for my part, am the god of justice. And is it not just that your original powers should be returned to you? Speaking of justice, I have always believed that justice lies in the process of pursuing human existence itself. So, if the theft of the primordial sea's might was Fontaine's original sin, then, leaving matters of procedural right and wrong aside, the descent of the Fontainians as humans and their right to exist in this world would be Fontaine's original justice. In other words, existence was Egeria's justice, and to me, justice is the continuation of that existence. Defying the prophecy and ensuring that Fontaine's people shall live on, that should be the justice enthroned over all of. At this point, we, whether it be myself or all other Fontainians, have shouldered the burden of this sin for far too long. Iudex Nervilette, the highest judge in our land, when you regain your full power as an elemental sovereign, what verdict shall you pass upon us?
So when I was invited to the court of Fontaine to serve as Iudex, I see now that that was your idea too. At last, I now understand the true purpose behind this position. In the beginning, I was uninterested in human existence. But these 5 centuries of living alongside them have gradually brought about mutual understanding between us. And I have even attempted to feel as they feel. You are a devious one, Focalor. Things being as they are, surely you know that I could never declare them to be guilty.
The hour of my execution is almost here. For the sinner, the curtain call has come. I know I may not sound it, but faced with death, I find myself a little afraid. Perhaps this is one thing both gods and humans have in common.
I like the
Farewell,
foot bracelet
Nervalet.
ring thing. It's kind of cute.
I hope you've enjoyed the part you played these 500 years.
She's done her part.
I, Iudex Nouvelet, hereby declare, people of Fontaine, your sins are forgiven.
Time to cry. I definitely wasn't crying.
What just happened? Has the death sentence been carried out?
Was that bright light some sort of misdirection? I have a feeling that something huge just happened.
But since we're all still alive and haven't been dissolved, I assume whatever happened was good for us.
It's time to end this. We must mete out punishment to that beast.
Didn't you say just a moment ago that
I have gained the strength sufficient to deal with it. Through certain means, I now have the ability to separate the power of the Primordial Sea from that creature. We should seize the opportunity to pursue our quarry.
Just now?
Traveler, now that the oratories can no longer function, I require an executor to help me mete out justice.
You mean
the
me?
root of the calamities befalling Fontaine, the beast that enacts the prophecy. Its name is the all-devouring Narwhal. Come with me, traveler. The hour of execution has come.
Oh god, okay, we're gonna have to fight it now. I did not press that yet. Oh well.
Separate the power of the primordial sea from the whale.
Boop.
Considering the size of the beast, I cannot reach the power source. Unless we can find a way to attack it from within. I shall share a part of the ancient dragon's power with you. We shall look for an opening together.
Boop, boop. What are we supposed to do? Are we supposed to attack it or just dodge it?
I can feel its sorrow turning into hostility.
As long as I don't touch it, that strength goes up.
Can't see?
keep up. Overruled.
Let's nip
Don't know if this will hit. No. Destroy the eye.
The all-devouring narwhal cannot resist its instinct to devour. Continue to trigger its hostility. Chance will present itself.
Okay, there we go. So we need that thing cool, so it will try to attack us, I guess. Okay, where from now? Oh, and we go inside of it to deal damage, I'm guessing.
Why is there a hole-looking thingy over there?
Oh, thingy.
Scary.
Is that supposed to be... I guess it's supposed to be a dark hole.
Manifest the authority of the ancient dragons. Witness the might of the primordial sea.
Well, okay, we got close to dying.
I have granted you my protection. Do not fear. Seize the moment and use my power to suppress its root from within.
So I guess this is the narwhal? It is strong at the very least.
Decided by destiny. Delved into destiny.
Transfixed.
A black hole, yeah, black hole. Wait, what did I say? Oh.
Laid bare.
Ultimate.
Everlasting as the moon. Transfixed.
There we go. Okay, that's a good amount of damage. And now we're being spit out, I guess. And that's what we have to do 4 or 5 times, I guess, as well. Or not. Isn't she? Wait. Is she?
Thanks for
Nah.
helping with the cleanup. It should have been my job, but... oh well. It was just supposed to be a short private training session for me. I didn't think that my disciple and my master's pet would start brawling in the meantime. Well, actually, I had a feeling that it would happen at some point, but they bumped into one another earlier than I thought. What a blunder. I suppose I'll have to swing my sword 3 million times as penance.
Your master's pet.
Power. Who are you exactly?
Paimon has an idea. From what she said earlier, she must be Child's master. Skirk, right? It's just that he gave us the impression that she was the less talkative person.
I simply did not have anything to say to the weak. But you, on the other hand, managed to defeat the all-devouring narwhal without using power from beyond this world. So you may speak to me as equals.
Would take the all-devouring person narwhal as a pet? What sort of person would take the... Okay.
I have to agree. It's a strange use of a planet's primordial waters just to raise an all-devouring narwhal. That kind of power is wasted on it. It's not cooperative. It eats too much. And I have more important things to do with my time than pet sitting. The only thing that creature has going for it is its looks. All in all, it fails as a pet.
Miss Skirk? I think you might have missed the point.
The point being?
Well, being that this pet almost destroyed an entire nation.
True. True.
So what sort of person is your master? Well, Child's master's master. Wait, is that right?
Oh, right. So you don't know him. Sorry, I assumed you did. His name is Sertologi.
Sertologi, who is that?
I am unfamiliar with that name.
Huh. So Master isn't sufficiently famous. How should I describe him then? Have you heard of the name The Fowl?
The Fowl?
Still nothing? Well, how about the Visionary? Vetterfulnir then? Or Gold Rhindaughter?
Ooh, that one we've heard. Rhindaughter's part of the Hexen Circle. She's Albedo's mom, right?
Oh, so you do know that name. To be honest, I also heard all of those names and titles from my master. I don't actually know them either. But I suppose you understand now, yes? My master is likely a similar sort to Rhindaughter. They are both pursuing some form of perfection.
Wait, didn't you also mention a visionary person? Paimon didn't quite catch their name.
Actually, never mind that. I believe it expedient to inform you that the all-devouring narwhal used up nearly all its strength fighting you. Such roiling hydro energies will prove difficult for the planet's deep seas to digest. As such, the fontaine back on the surface has most likely been thrown into chaos. In other words, the prophecy that you've been fretting over should now be in full swing.
What?
No. There's little to be surprised about, Paimon. It is naturally, after all. The prophecy will surely come true. We knew this and accept this, however.
Not to worry. Focalor has already managed to deceive the heavenly principles.
In the end, the people will all be dissolved into the waters, and only Furina will remain, weeping on her throne.
Oh. So it did happen.
Only then will the sins of the people of Fontaine be washed away.
Hey! Help! Over here!
Oh, I said dark. Oh. I just read your message, sorry.
All hands, initiate emergency rescue!
Hurry!
Hey, lend a hand!
Look! The water's receding!
It's a miracle!
Water's receding.
We didn't dissolve. The prophecy was wrong. The prophecy was wrong.
Are you alright?
We're safe. The prophecy was wrong. The soil renewed. The Spina di Rasula talks post-disaster rebuilding. I recently visited Poisson to meet with Miss Navia, spokesperson of the Spina di Rasula, and we spoke about Poisson's present and future. Old soil can still give birth to new bloom, Miss Navia stated. Hope is like seeing a small cookie when you're starving late at night. Skyship Winglet, Booner Brain of the Fontaine Research Institute. The various disputes that have arisen on account of Mr. Edwin have suddenly become a shield over the Institute, with Jurier turning out to be a once-overlooked hidden gem. People always call the first researcher mad, but few know what to call the second. And should that latter person achieve a miracle, they would find it all the harder to find a word with which to classify him and his team.
Fair enough.
Wow! Paimon barely recognizes the people in the reports. Are those really Jurier and Navia? They sound like real big shots.
We just didn't meet them in that captivity.
What do you think? Pretty enthralling, huh? The Steambird's idea was pretty simple. With the disaster just having passed, we would print a free edition packed to the margins with good news to calm people down. The value for these big scoops lies in their inevitable follow-ups. We'll publish further reports and go into the stories behind those people. Edwin's assistant, Jurier, created a true flying ship, while Navia is leading people in the reconstruction of their home. I'm sure that these stories could draw even your well-traveled eye.
These articles do make me curious what will happen next.
Wait a minute. Didn't we watch everything happen from start to finish? What's there to be curious about?
And that's exactly why I'd like you to come conduct interviews with me. You're the best incubators of news, if you haven't noticed. And also, with you around, I'm sure I'll get to see that Duke.
Are you sure? Hasn't he turned you down several times already?
Oh, this time will be different. Come on, let's head to Poisson first, and then make a trip to the fortress. There are some things you'll only know when you get there.
That's the thing. That all we will find out in the next time. Because I'm about to fall asleep. Now, there's one thing I was pretty curious about. And I only realized that later on. What if I close the game? Will my mouse work now? That's all I had to do. It seems. Wait. I can move some stuff, just not all stuff. That's even weirder. Okay, never mind. I spoke too early, apparently. But with that, if I can click on anything. Nope, still can't click on anything outside of the game. Well, I closed the game, so. But yeah. With that, I am gonna call it a night. Ooh, that was huge. Lot of stuff happening. But for now, I'll call it a night. I'll be back Tuesday with some fun. I hope everybody enjoyed, because I definitely did. I hope I'll be able to fix the mouse. Otherwise, I might have a problem. But yeah. Have a beautiful night, everybody. Have a beautiful day. I'll be back Thursday. Hi, everyone. Bye. Bye-bye. Bye.